Hot time in the city. My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hot times in the city.
Give me host.
I'm feeling kinda bad. 7 to 8 hours twice a week. Don't have time to take a leak. Hot times in the city. In the city. Hot times 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 in the city.
I got like fur on my tongue. This is unbelievable. Let me just adjust something here. Okay, that's how it's going to be, huh? Is that how it's going to be? How do I sound? Do I sound better? We haven't started yet. Dan, do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound good, and I apologize for that.
Yes, it's your fault. It's always your fault. It's never my fault. I've got like anyway, well, there's some kind of hair on my tongue. Could be, is it monkeypox? Is that one of the side effects? Welcome to the mop up for August 4th, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 93 degrees and mostly sunny. This is my favorite time of the year in Manhattan because it's August, and that means the cockroaches and the mice go to their Hampton homes. They're home in the Hamptons. So I'm all alone, no mice. Monkeypox. President Biden's health secretary today declared the monkeypox outbreak a national health emergency. Health Secretary Xavier Becerra said he would direct funding to federal agencies to stave off infections, which began in May. This moved very quickly. Congratulations, monkeypox. Last week, the World Health Organization called it a global emergency, but Florida Governor Ron DeSantis yesterday accused Joe Biden of just trying to scare everyone, like he did with COVID. And Ron DeSantis prefers to scare people about teachers saying the word gay. So monkeypox is real. Don't exchange bodily fluids. Do what I do. I regift bodily fluids. Do not exchange them. Russia has convicted U.S. basketball star and Olympic gold medalist Brittany Griner of drug possession and smuggling. She was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Joe Biden is set to be considering an exchange of prisoners with Putin. But Donald Trump says she deserves to be behind bars. On today's show, we're going to be talking about liars like Donald Trump and Alex Jones and just Republicans in general, how the GOP lie. They don't care what the truth is. They are lying right now to sink the new Inflation Reduction Act, which would increase taxes only on the richest 1%, give Medicare authority to negotiate drug prices, and most importantly, tackle the climate catastrophe. I'm going to talk about Alex Jones and how lying comes so easily to this charlatan. It's like breathing, it's second nature. We'll talk about him in a second. Look, Americans lie, not all, but Americans lie to protect what they have. They will lie to keep their money, and they will lie to stay out of prison. They lie. Americans lie about their mistakes. Some of the biggest liars in America are our police. Ask any public defender, police officers, once you get them on the stand and they swear an oath, they lie. They can't get their story straight, so they lie. Take the 7 white plainclothes Louisville, Kentucky police officers who shot Breonna Taylor to death back in March of 2020 after they kicked down the door to her home. New evidence reveals the extent to which these 7 police officers lied before the killing and after the killing. Therefore, today, Attorney General Merrick Garland's Justice Department brought charges against 4 of the 7 white police officers. Garland is claiming they violated Breonna Taylor's civil rights. She's African American. Breonna Taylor was sitting in her apartment when the police kicked open her door. Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, naturally thought it was a home invasion. So, being in Kentucky, he exercised his so-called constitutional right to stand his ground. You know, the Castle Doctrine, and he fired his weapon. He didn't know it was the police. They were plain clothes. The police shot back and killed Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency room technician. The facts: 7 white police officers kicked open her door. None of the police wore body cameras. Not a single police officer was wearing a body camera, but they were wearing their bulletproof vests. All 7 had their bulletproof vests on, and they were plainclothes police officers, meaning the only way you could tell that they were cops in the middle of the night is if you notice that all 7 were wearing bulletproof vests. Seems to me, if it's a no-knock warrant, which, by the way, it wasn't, the judge changed his mind, seems to me somebody kicks open your door in the middle of the night in Kentucky, where they believe in the Castle Doctrine, somebody's going to fire at you. Well, the police had a warrant to search Breonna Taylor's apartment, but it was on faulty evidence that drugs were being dealt there. So these 7 police officers, who Merrick Garland says lied about drugs being dealt out of Breonna Taylor's apartment, after the 7 white plainclothes police officers fired 33 shots. By the way, 6 of those shots went into Breonna Taylor and killed her. After all that, they never bothered to search her apartment for drugs. They had a warrant to search her apartment for drugs based on no evidence, but they had the warrant. One would think after you kill a notorious drug dealer like 26-year-old emergency room technician Breonna Taylor, after you kill her, the first thing you would do is search the apartment to prove you caught that drug dealer, unless you knew there were no drugs in there. And that's what Merrick Garland, our Attorney General, is saying. That's why he's bringing 4 of these officers up on charges. According to our Attorney General, these police officers lied. They lied when they filled out affidavits to get the warrant from the judge. They lied. So maybe they weren't looking for drugs. Maybe these 7 police officers just get off on kicking doors open in the middle of the night and making African Americans cower. Maybe that's what it was about. Not maybe. By the way, they did charge Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, with attempted murder, right? A year later, the charges were dropped. His girlfriend, Breonna Taylor, killed by cops. It took a year for charges of attempted murder, attempted, to get dropped. He fired a gun. At first, he fired a gun. It hit an officer in the leg, and they let loose with a spray of bullets and killed Breonna Taylor. All of the officers were white. Not a single one of them was ever convicted or really put on trial. And nobody from the National Rifle Association took up Kenneth Walker's case. This is a guns rights trial, right? Kenneth Walker, Breonna's boyfriend, was standing his ground, right? Castle doctrine, plainclothes police officers. They didn't announce themselves. They used a battering ram to break into the apartment. This is the Castle doctrine, right? It was 7 armed intruders. How is he supposed to know it's the police in the middle of the night? And nobody from the NRA defended. Nobody defended Kenneth Walker. Nobody, not a single Republican, not Rand Paul, big NRA guy, not Mitch McConnell, big NRA guy. You would think this would be the perfect case to defend the rights of gun owners. Home invasion, Castle doctrine. And most importantly, and this is why you would think the NRA and the Republicans would want to defend Kenneth Walker, we're told the Second Amendment is there. Our founding fathers specifically gave us a Second Amendment to protect us from a police state, right? The overly intrusive government. That's why we need guns. We heard it last week in the debate on the assault weapons ban. The Republicans kept warning about the police, the ATF, the FBI coming in the dead of night, unannounced, kicking open our doors to take away our guns. And then they take away our guns. This is what the FBI, this is what the GOP says. First they come for our guns, then they come for all our other liberties. And they say in this debate on guns, we need guns. We need guns. So the police will think twice about invading our homes. This is what the Republicans say they believe. So why didn't they come to Kenneth Walker's defense? Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, why didn't they come to his defense when 7 police officers kick open a door, they don't announce they're the police, and he fires? Why not? Why not? What could it be about Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend that makes the NRA and the Republicans so reticent to defend gun owners? We talked about Congressman Clay Higgins from Louisiana, the former sheriff, last week during the assault weapons ban debate. He's a Republican. He warned that the FBI and the ATF will be kicking down our doors looking for our guns, and American citizens will be well within their rights to fire back. We heard Chip Roy, Congressman Chip Roy from Texas, Ted Cruz's former chief of staff, saying that banning assault weapons is the specific reason our founding fathers gave us guns, to take arms against our government. This is what they say they believe. You need your guns to defend your homes, to shoot. And Clay Higgins from Louisiana specifically warned of a bloodbath on the porches of America. That's what he said, a bloodbath on the porches of America if they come for our guns. And whose fault would it be, according to Congressman Clay Higgins? It would be the fault of the Democrats taking away our guns. By the way, the Democrats aren't taking away guns. The assault weapons ban passed in the House. It's going to die in the Senate. Even if it did pass, they would grandfather in all the assault weapons that have been sold during the past 20 years since the ban expired. So where is the NRA? Why aren't they protecting the Castle doctrine? What happened to the government being overly intrusive? That's why we need guns, right? To protect ourselves from that overly intrusive government. We have to fight the government, not a single peep from the NRA. Why is that? Maybe it's because Breonna Taylor was Black and so was her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker. And Louisiana Congressman Clay Higgins used to be a sheriff, but he's not a sheriff anymore because he had the habit of roughing up Black suspects. The NRA never comes to the defense of Black people when Black people use their guns or have a gun. How many Black people have been shot and killed? And the justification was they had a gun on them in their glove compartment. They weren't pointing a gun at the police, but there was a gun in their car, right? And the DA drops the charges against the cops for shooting an unarmed Black man because the dead guy was an African American who owned a gun. So obviously he was up to no good. You never see the NRA defending the rights of Black gun owners. And there were no consequences in Louisville, Kentucky for killing an unarmed 26-year-old Black woman in her home until today when the federal government stepped in. This is why the NRA and the Republicans believe in states' rights, because the federal government has a Justice Department that enforces civil rights, right? The Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure. One officer was fired for indiscriminately spraying the apartment with bullets after Breonna Taylor's boyfriend fired his gun. He fired his gun because it was thought by the police erroneously to be a no-knock warrant. But the judge who issued the warrant changed his mind and specifically said this could not be a no-knock invasion. The police had to identify themselves and knock on the door and shout, "Police, open up." But witnesses say they never heard that. It's an apartment building. Only one person says he heard, "Open up, the police." Only one person. Something like 15 other people say they didn't hear it. Well, the judge said you have to knock and announce yourself. According to the New York Times today, the police went ahead and engaged in a no-knock, later lying and said they announced themselves. That's the first lie. Well, not the first lie. There were many lies leading up to the shooting. The police kicked down the door, never identified themselves as police. And of course, as I've been saying, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend rightfully assumed it was a home invasion. He fired one shot, hit an officer in the leg. It was a warning shot. They fired at least 32 bullets, killing Breonna Taylor. Merrick Garland, our attorney general, charged the 4 officers with lying, because that's what police do. They lie. Police are liars. Merrick Garland says these police officers lied to the judge in order to get the search warrant, because police lie. Our attorney general says the police lied in their affidavit to get the original search warrant. They lied when they said they had evidence that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was using her apartment to receive drug packages that were being mailed there. The Justice Department said that was a lie. There was no evidence to suggest that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was receiving drug packages at her apartment. Merrick Garland says the cops knew the evidence didn't exist, and he says they willfully lied. That's our Attorney General, Merrick Garland, saying these cops lied because cops lie. The indictment says 3 officers not only lied to the judge in order to get the warrant, but they also conspired to lie about it. And then afterwards, they conspired to get their story straight, to lie about what really happened. So the police lie, Republicans lie, and I'm watching Alex Jones' trial. I cannot recommend. I'm going to be spending the weekend watching Alex Jones' trial. It's fascinating. For those of you who haven't followed this case, I think the media has done a piss poor job explaining what's going on. There's some great scenes where his lawyer accidentally sent evidence to the other side, and Alex Jones has a coughing fit during his testimony, and you really think he's getting what's due to him. But I was watching the coverage, and nobody explained what this is really about. They just give you the sizzle. Alex Jones hosts a show called InfoWars, in case you're lucky enough not to know who he is. Donald Trump and Roger Stone appear on it all the time. He's out of Texas. Alex Jones helped, and this is really important, Alex Jones helped organize the Stop the Steal rally on January 6th, where President Trump spoke on the ellipse, and Mo Brooks and Rudy Giuliani egged 10,000 people on to invade the Capitol, right? Alex Jones, big gun nut, big supporter of our Second Amendment. He works with the Oath Keepers, and he's a close friend of Ali Alexander, who I talked about on Monday's show. Ali Alexander came up with the idea of the big January 6th Stop the Steal rally when he was talking with Congressman Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs, and Congressman Mo Brooks, all three of whom asked Donald Trump for a pardon after the riot. I hope the January 6th committee is going to be looking into Congressman Paul Gosar and Andy Biggs from Arizona and Congressman Mo Brooks from Alabama to determine their involvement in the riot. And I hope Merrick Garland is going to charge them with sedition. The evidence seems to be there. Why else would they have asked Donald Trump for pardons after January 6th? Why would Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks, three congressmen, beg Donald Trump for pardons after January 6th if they didn't know they were guilty? Well, Alex Jones was a big part of January 6th, and for some reason, we don't really hear about him and January 6th. Owen Schroyer, who works closely with Alex Jones, helped lead the charge into the Capitol, and he was arrested on misdemeanor charges. Alex Jones was broadcasting from the Capitol that day. In fact, I was watching InfoWars on January 6th, and he could not have been more excited about what was going on. Alex Jones led the rioters along with others. He wasn't the only one who led the rioters, but Alex Jones had a bullhorn, and he led them towards the Capitol. He screamed, quote, "We've only just begun to fight. We're not surrendering." He accused Congress of being globalists. Pretty incendiary. Now, I do not approve of Alex Jones, and I don't believe you have First Amendment rights to lead an insurrection, and I don't believe you have First Amendment rights to spread lies about the Sandy Hook families. That's defamation. The First Amendment doesn't protect charlatans from saying that Sandy Hook and 9/11 were false flag operations. The First Amendment also doesn't protect your right, doesn't give you a right to sell phony supplements, Tiger Boner kills, how to stay hard. The FDA, the Federal Trade Commission, is supposed to put those people selling the snake oil out of business. That's not protected. False advertising is not protected by the First Amendment. It is, however, protected when it comes to political ads, unfortunately. You can lie about politics. That's what gets us into so much trouble. Politicians, for the most part, are allowed to take out ads and lie. And Republicans are allowed to lie about supply side economics or what's in this Inflation Reduction Act. There are no laws that forbid politicians, government officials from lying, for the most part. Now I'm going to defend Alex Jones for a second, and I'm going to raise some questions about the Capitol Police. Professor Marianne Cummings, from day one, was questioning the Capitol Police, and that was a third rail for me. I didn't think it was germane to the conversation. But once again, the brilliant Professor Marianne Cummings was prescient, more courageous than I am, and I am going to talk now about the Capitol Hill Police, the Capitol Police. In defense of Ali Alexander, in defense, I'm going to give a little defense to Donald Trump and Ali Alexander and Alex Jones. First off, everybody admits that when the supporters broke through into the Capitol, Alex Jones shouted into his bullhorn, "Don't be violent." Okay, he did say that. He did say, "Don't be violent." Although he didn't shout it when his supporters were kicking over the barricades and beating the crap out of hundreds of cops, brutally punched as Alex Jones followers breached the barriers outside the Capitol. That wasn't violent for Alex Jones. But when they started going into the Capitol, then he said, "Don't be violent." So why was that? Well, turns out his friend, Ali Alexander, who organized the Stop the Steal rally with Congressman Mo Brooks, Congressman Paul Gosar, and Congressman Andy Biggs, this big rally was organized by those men. Ali Alexander had a permit to hold a protest on the east side of the Capitol that day. This is something we rarely hear about. Did you know that Ali Alexander, the founder of the Stop the Steal rally, had a permit to hold a rally on the east side of the Capitol on January 6th? Not just all the way out by the ellipse. What is that, like a mile away from the Capitol? It's right in front of the White House. He had 6 permits. Why did the Capitol Police grant 6 permits to associates of Ali Alexander, who organized that Stop the Steal rally? We will probably never know, because the Capitol Police only answer to Congress and are immune to the Freedom of Information Act. But back in September, BuzzFeed got its hands on the 6 permits. I don't know how they did it. Here we go. This is from BuzzFeed. This is from Jason Leopold. He writes for BuzzFeed, September 17th, 2021. Headline: The Capitol Police granted permits for January 6 protests despite signs that organizers weren't who they said they were. BuzzFeed News has exclusively obtained the permits Capitol Police issued for protests on Capitol grounds for January 6, a rare window into a secretive organization and its most consequential day. Okay, let's read on. This is from BuzzFeed News. The chief of the Capitol Police and its top intelligence officer personally approved permits for 6 demonstrations to be held on January 6, 2021, despite signs that one of the applications was filed for an organization that didn't exist, and that 5 of them were a proxy for a group staging large violent protests across the country. It's interesting that they had permits to stand right outside the Capitol, not just at the ellipse, but to hold the protests at the Capitol. To be continued. Nevertheless, Alex Jones is still a liar, and he will say whatever it takes. He will apologize if he must. He'll promise never to spread a lie, but then he goes right back to spreading the same lie. You should watch the trial. It's fascinating. He is a pathological liar, and he will say, "I'll never do this again." Like he apologized for spreading that fake story. Hillary Clinton was running a child pornography ring inside, was it Comet Pizza? And, kept talking about the child pornography ring. And then one day, one of his listeners showed up with an assault weapon to shoot the place up to save the children. Luckily, he was stopped and is now serving a 4-year prison term. He said, after he was arrested, he said, "I was working on bad intel. I was working on bad intel." You were listening to Alex Jones, whose default is to accuse his opponents of being pedophiles, including the judge in this case this week. Anybody who doesn't like is a pedophile. This is where it gets even more interesting. So, where has Alex Jones been with January 6th? We don't hear about Alex Jones and January 6th. About 2 months ago, he approached the Justice Department on his own, offering to testify if they would grant him immunity. I guess those COVID supplements aren't giving him enough immunity, so he needs the Justice Department to give him some. We haven't heard anything about that. However, the January 6th committee has subpoenaed his friend Ali Alexander, and the January 6th committee is also subpoenaing Alex Jones' cell phone records, which, according to NBC News, contain child pornography. According to NBC News, Alex Jones' cell phone contains child pornography. And yet, all his enemies are pedophiles. Interesting. In June of this year, NBC reported that data from Alex Jones's phone turned over to lawyers who are suing him on behalf of the families of Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims. The phone contained images of child pornography. That's according to a court filing, according to NBC News. Bad week for Alex Jones. I'll be spending the weekend watching the trial. He was sued by the families from the Sandy Hook shooting for defamation. I'm going to explain this because I think I was watching CNN and MSNBC because I can't get enough of this story, and they don't explain why he's in court. So Jones was sued by the families from the Sandy Hook shooting for defamation because he was repeatedly accusing them of being crisis actors. Like the only thing worse, I remember Sandy Hook, and I'm like, there's nothing worse than Sandy Hook. You can't imagine anything worse. And then Alex Jones goes on his show and says the shootings were false flag operations intended to drum up support for gun control. Right? This is how the NRA and the Republicans work. They rely on people like Alex Jones to spread lies about shootings, like Sandy Hook was staged. Well, families from the Sandy Hook families said Alex Jones's listeners ended up firing guns at their homes and their cars, assaulting them physically and verbally, threatening their lives. Alex Jones used his show to dox these families, giving out their home addresses. It's beyond evil, right? The pizza guy, Comet Pizza guy, went to Washington, D.C. with an assault weapon to shoot the place up because Alex Jones said it was a child pornography ring. Well, it took about 6 years to go through the courts. And finally, Alex Jones, and I'm going to explain to you what these, so help you enjoy if you want to spend the weekend watching the trial. So Alex Jones faced 4 defamation lawsuits from these families. And on all 4 defamation lawsuits, he defaulted. In other words, during discovery, he refused to turn over the necessary documents for there to be a trial. So if you don't do discovery, if you don't hand over what the attorneys want in terms of evidence, if you don't do that, it's default. It means you automatically lose. That's how it works. If you won't turn over the documents during discovery, you default and you lose. What we're watching now this week is a court hearing for one of those civil suits to determine how much Alex Jones should pay in damages. I think in this case, they're asking for $150 million. So the big, as Alex Jones called it yesterday, Perry Mason moment was yesterday. We learned that Alex Jones lied under oath when he said during discovery that he had no emails or text messages that discussed Sandy Hook. So he's claiming he didn't default. He cooperated with the discovery process, and he said there was nothing to turn over. He insists that he couldn't find any text messages or emails about Sandy Hook, and that's why he didn't produce the documents during discovery, because they didn't exist. But yesterday's Perry Mason moment was when his attorney, we found out his attorney accidentally sent over to the plaintiff's attorney gigabytes after gigabytes of documents from Alex Jones's phone. And the attorney went through the phone and found thousands of emails and text messages about Sandy Hook, which means Alex Jones intentionally withheld evidence during the discovery in those 4 defamation cases that he defaulted on for not turning over evidence during discovery, right? So now he faces perjury charges because he lied during discovery. He lied under oath during the sentencing this week that he said he couldn't find the evidence. And now we find that his lawyer accidentally sent the evidence to the opposing lawyer, and all the evidence was there. So watch the trial. Jones is an inveterate liar, pathologically can't help himself, and he will never admit that he lied. This is, I'm going to ask the Hirschenfelds what that's about. He still says under oath that he turned over all the evidence, and he just keeps lying and lying. And that's the business model for InfoWars, lying about the potency that, don't get a vaccine, don't wear a mask, just buy these Alex Jones supplements that will keep you safe from COVID, if in fact COVID actually exists. That's his business model. We saw testimony from InfoWars employees who said that they're lying. We just lie. We don't check facts. There's no time, and there are no facts to check. This is what they say under oath. And Jones is now telling the people who are suing him that they can't collect damages because he's bankrupt. That's what he says under oath. And that's another lie. He filed for bankruptcy to protect his assets, which are anywhere between $50 to $100 million. Watch the trial. The judge is hysterical. She just oozes, she just drips contempt for Alex Jones. I'm not going to play you the Perry Mason moment. You probably already saw it. I just explained to you what it was about. Let me show you one of my favorite moments from the trial.
Spit your gum out, Mr. Jones.
It's not gum.
What is it? Because you're not allowed food or gum of any kind in the courtroom.
I had my tooth pulled a week and a half ago, and I had some gauze in there earlier, and it's been causing me to have some pain.
So you're chewing on your gauze?
Would you like me to show you?
No, I
Right
just
here?
want you to answer my question.
No, I was massaging the hole in my mouth with my tongue. I'm saying right here. Here.
I don't want to see
All right.
the inside of your mouth.
Oh no, there's no gum. Hole.
Sit down.
Crazy, dangerous, and a Republican. This is the face of the Republican Party. It truly is. I'm going to move on from Alex Jones. It's riveting. Well, there's a big Democratic primary coming up here in New York City because of redistricting. Congressman Jerry Nadler, he's chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, is facing off against Carolyn Maloney, chairwoman of the House Oversight Committee. These are two of the most important committees in Congress, and they, because of redistricting, are fighting for the nomination to represent this newly drawn 12th congressional district. Also running is Suraj Patel, who teaches business ethics, and many of my listeners are demanding, why aren't you having Suraj Patel on the show? Here's why. During the debate, the three candidates were asked if Joe Biden should seek a second term.
Should President Biden run again in 2024?
Yes.
Mr. Nadler.
Too early to say. It doesn't serve the purpose of the Democratic Party to deal with that until after the midterms.
Ms. Maloney.
I don't believe he's running for re-election.
I can't believe they said that. It's kind of shocking to see Democrats distancing themselves from Biden when they're running for office. They don't distance themselves from Biden when they're in the halls of Congress. They just don't like the stink that comes with that policy that Joe Biden is pushing. Well, Tuesday was the big primary in Arizona, Missouri, elsewhere. In Arizona, Rusty Bowers, the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House, who testified before the January 6th committee, he testified describing the pressure, the threats he received from Trump supporters after he told the truth that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. Well, on Tuesday, he lost the state Senate primary. In the Republican primary for governor of Arizona, Carrie Lake, a Trump-backed former local television news star, seems like she has a slight 11,000 vote lead, and it's still being counted. So she's in a weird place because she's claiming fraud at the polls, but when she's winning, it's not fraud at the polls. It's so confusing. Venture capitalist Blake Masters won the GOP nomination to oppose Democratic Senator Mark Kelly in November. This is in Arizona. Blake Masters is supported by Peter Thiel and Donald Trump, and I'll be talking about this Stanford law graduate, Blake Masters, running against the elites who control America. In the weeks to come, I will be talking about venture capitalist Blake Masters, who is running for Senate in Arizona. He's got his law degree from Stanford, and he's running against the elites who control America. In Missouri, Congresswoman Cori Bush, who we love, she was reelected for a second term, beating back a challenge from far-right conservative donors in the Democratic Party. In Kansas, voters delivered a landslide defeat to anti-abortion activists. Kansas, they rejected an amendment to their state constitution stating abortion is not a right guaranteed to every citizen. So this suggests a tremendous backlash to the Supreme Court's recent decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. And in the race for Senate, Missouri Republicans chose Eric Smith over former disgraced Governor Eric Greitens, who had to resign amid accusations of sexual assault. Eric Smith will be running to replace this guy, Republican Roy Blunt, who earlier this week, he appeared very conciliatory towards the Democrats.
So I'm about to use 4 words in a row that I haven't used in this way before, and those 4 words are...
Let me guess. You're going to use 4 words in a row that you've never spoken. 4 words that Roy Blunt, outgoing senator of Missouri, has never spoken before. Let me guess. Not pay for sex? Those are 4 words that he's never spoken before. Not pay for sex. No Cialis for me. Those are 4 words he's never used before. I like African Americans. Those are 4 words he's never spoken before. Nothing against the Jews. I read a book. Women think I'm cute. What are those 4 words that you've never spoken before?
Speaker Pelosi was right.
Oh, Speaker Pelosi was right. Those are the 4 words he's never spoken before. Because, as you all know, Nancy Pelosi defied orders from the Chinese government on Tuesday and visited Taiwan as part of her farewell to the planet tour. Let me have a little water here.
Okay, now I can talk. Sometimes I just get some... Oh, hang on, my panties are in a bunch.
Okay, my truss was too tight. Yes, Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan as part of her farewell to the planet tour. China accused Pelosi of violating their One China policy. She is the highest ranking American official to visit Taiwan since 1997. Residents of Taiwan ran into the streets to celebrate her arrival, while mainland China celebrated with cyber attacks against Taiwan. They fired precision missile strikes into the Taiwan Strait, and they ran live fire drills in the airspace around Taiwan. Good job, Nancy. So what did Mitch McConnell think? Did he think it was a good idea for her to go to Taiwan? She's a Democrat, you're a Republican?
Speaker Pelosi was right.
Okay, that was Roy Blunt. What did McConnell think?
But I hope she returns from Asia more mindful of the military dimensions of the Chinese threat and more committed to working with Republicans to address the changing balance of military power out in the region.
Ah, okay. So he's happy that she went, and he thinks both sides of the aisle should unite to balance the region. So this is interesting. So tell me, Mitch McConnell, what we need to do for Taiwan.
What that requires is selling the right mix of weapons to Taiwan on a prompt timeline while helping Taiwan's military prepare for likely threats. The Biden administration has had 2 years to build on its robust investments their immediate predecessors made in military modernization.
Military modernization. Yes, that just means new weapons. When it comes to the Pentagon spending, both sides can come together for our weapons manufacturers. Well, certainly someone in Washington opposes Nancy Pelosi stirring up war with China. That was what they discussed actually during the big debate here in New York City on Tuesday. This was, again, the debate between Carolyn Maloney, chairman of the House Oversight Committee, and Jerry Nadler, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. Again, they're trying to win the nomination for New York's 12th congressional district. Remember, they distanced themselves from Biden? Okay. Well, certainly they're going to distance themselves from Nancy Pelosi's saber rattling, right? They're trying to get the votes from New Yorkers. You know, New Yorkers, Manhattan, we're the most liberal people in the country. Let's find out. Here they were asked about Nancy Pelosi's trip.
I think Nancy's making a statement that our country is going to stand with Taiwan. They've been cutting off a lot of activity in the South China Sea. They've been threatening Taiwan. I think she feels strongly about not letting China bully us around. And she's a very strong leader, something that I relate to, a strong female leader. And I think that I'm tracking where her plane's going like everybody else. And I'm proud of her.
That's Carolyn Maloney, chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Girl power. Okay, I get that. But certainly Suraj Patel, who my audience, they complain, how could you not have Suraj Patel on your show? Well, certainly he would disagree. I mean, Suraj Patel, he represents the coastal elitists of New York City, and he's an outsider. And I checked his platform. He checks all the boxes. Medicare for all, climate change. Suraj Patel wants to reform criminal justice system, legalize marijuana. You check all the boxes. Certainly, Suraj Patel, you would oppose Nancy Pelosi's saber rattling.
I agree. I would not give an inch. Liberal democracy is under assault across the world, and we need to stand and defend it this time, and we're going to have to do that for the next few decades.
For the next few decades, we're going to have to be sending weapons. That's Suraj Patel, who my listeners have been criticizing me for not having on the show. He checks all the boxes, right? Medicare for all, climate change, graduate of Cambridge, then on to Stanford, a law degree from NYU where he teaches business ethics. Yep, he certainly checks the boxes. Okay, Jerry Nadler, what do you think of the trip? Certainly you're not a Nancy boy.
I agree with Carolyn. Nancy is standing up for democracy. We can't let ourselves be bullied by China. We know what China is, and we know what Taiwan is, and we have to stand up for the democracy in Taiwan, and I think Nancy's doing exactly the right thing.
That's Jerry Nadler telling us we have to stand up for democracy because that's what America is all about. Let's ask Raytheon CEO Gregory Hayes. Gregory Hayes, during an earnings statement, also explained what America is all about.
I think, again, recognizing, we are there to defend democracy. And the fact is, eventually, we will see some benefit in the business over time. Everything that's being shipped into Ukraine today, of course, is coming out of stockpiles, either at DOD or from our NATO allies. And that's all great news. Eventually, we'll have to replenish it, and we will see a benefit to the business over the next coming years.
That's Raytheon CEO Gregory Hayes. He earned $24 million in 2021. I wonder how he's going to do this year. There sure was a lot of democracy saving going on this year. Hope they pay him accordingly. He makes 208 times as much as the average Raytheon employee. Not only that, last year he laid off 4% of his workers. They had one of the best years in democracy saving ever. And yet Raytheon is laying off American workers. Wasn't the whole point of our government subsidizing Raytheon and making bombs? Wasn't the trade-off, okay, we're going to end up killing people overseas, but it's good for jobs? No, it's just about CEO pay. Raytheon Chief's financial officer, Neil Mitchell Jr., made $5 million in 2021. Plus, they were having such a good year, they gave him a $1.3 million bonus last year. What does Raytheon do?
We are there to defend democracy.
Right, democracy. Well, during Tuesday's debate, the candidates, of course, were asked about Ukraine. Now, here's the interesting thing. The United States Constitution says only Congress can declare war. Only Congress can declare war. Here is Carolyn Maloney. She chairs the House Oversight Committee. keep in mind, only Congress can declare war.
In Europe, hundreds of billions of dollars in military aid have already been sent to Ukraine. The U.S. is watching as the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, prepares to annex part of Ukraine. Do you think Congress should consider voting war powers to contain the situation over there, Ms. Maloney?
Well, that has got to be a Pentagon decision.
That must be a Pentagon decision. The head of our House Oversight Committee, not too keen on oversight when it comes to the Pentagon. She just abdicated Congress's war-making powers. If the Pentagon says we need to send more and more weapons to Ukraine without an inspector general telling us who's going to end up with those weapons, without any idea of where these weapons are going, who are we to question the Pentagon? We're just Congress. Remind me again, Raytheon CEO Gregory Hayes, what's the point of sending weapons to Ukraine and Taiwan?
We are there to defend democracy.
And in our democracy, according to our Constitution, Congress is supposed to make war, not the Pentagon. This week, both sides of the aisle were thrilled that the Pentagon defended democracy once again by killing the number 2 Al-Qaeda guy, Ayman al-Zawahiri. I don't have video of it yet. We have audio of it. The CIA fired 2 Hellfire missiles to take out Ayman al-Zawahiri. It was the CIA that fired the missiles, the Central Intelligence Agencies. That's our spy agency. Nothing screams transparency more than an airstrike executed by the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA is doing the drone strikes now because Biden doesn't trust the Pentagon. Last summer, if you recall, on our way out of Afghanistan, Central Command, that's the Pentagon, they launched what Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley called back then a righteous strike at the terrorists behind the suicide attack on our soldiers. It was right when we were leaving. It was America's very last drone strike in Afghanistan. It was our farewell. And everybody celebrated that drone strike. They took out a terrorist in Kabul. It turned out to be, we just killed 10 innocent civilians, including 7 children. I don't know if you remember that. We killed 7 children. And nobody in the Pentagon was punished. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said any reprimands or demotions would be decided by General Kenneth F. McKenzie Jr. He's the head of Central Command that fired the rockets that killed 7 children, as well as General Richard D. Clark. He's the head of the Special Operations Command. Nobody was disciplined. Even though their drone strike that they ordered killed 10 people, 7 kids, a thorough examination found no grounds for penalizing any of the military officials involved in the strike. They couldn't find anything wrong. Nobody suffered. It must be the same people in Louisiana who decided not to prosecute the Louisiana cops who killed Breonna Taylor. So it was the CIA, not the Pentagon, that fired those 2 Hellfire missiles. I do have sound. This is Ayman al-Zawahiri trying to make a run for it. But they got him. Anyway, Biden doesn't trust our military to kill anymore. Now it's the intelligence agency, the CIA, firing the drone missiles that killed Ayman al-Zawahiri. Now, why is that? Does the CIA have better aim than our Pentagon? No, they have better secrecy because it's the CIA. They're a clandestine agency. It's much harder to expose the mistakes that the CIA makes because their mistakes are classified. You know, if we don't want to endanger all our operatives around the world, blah, 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 blah. If we tell the truth about what happened, lives could be lost. So now we no longer leave the killing to the Pentagon. It's the CIA. Our spy agencies are now in the killing business. Well, the good news is Senator Mitch McConnell put away politics this week to congratulate everyone on the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri. Everyone, that is, except Joe Biden. He could not bring himself to praise Joe Biden.
Our professionals did an extraordinary job. Congratulations to them.
Our professionals sounds like the massage therapists who come in and relieve. The professionals, that's all he said. Couldn't bring himself to congratulate Joe Biden. And then Mitch McConnell couldn't help himself. He launched into an attack on Joe Biden by pointing out that the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri highlights Biden's policy failure in Afghanistan.
But I think it's also important to remember that about a year ago, we pulled out of Afghanistan. At the time, the Taliban was out of power and al-Qaeda was not around. So it is noteworthy where Zawahiri was, in Kabul. So al-Qaeda is back as a result of the Taliban being back in power. And describing the current situation in Afghanistan as success is utterly absurd. About a month ago, in fact, the administration sent a Gitmo terrorist to Kabul.
Oh my God. We sent a Gitmo terrorist to Kabul. Gitmo turned 20 this year, Guantanamo Bay. It holds 39 Muslim men who have never received a trial. That's in violation of due process of international law and human rights. Not a single Gitmo terrorist has ever been convicted for 9/11. And Mitch McConnell is complaining that we're sending Gitmo terrorists back to Kabul. Most of the people who were rounded up and sent to Gitmo were taken from the battlefield because somebody said, that guy's a terrorist. And it turns out that guy owed money to that guy. And so, or he slept with my wife. That's who most of the men at Gitmo, it was just tribal stuff in Afghanistan, turning in people who piss you off. Well, let's keep listening to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
Sent a Gitmo terrorist to Kabul. So, after 20 years, in fact, the Afghanistan strategy was working. The Taliban.
Whoa. After 20 years, the Afghanistan strategy was working. Yes, it was working, Mitch. 22,000 civilians dead from drone strikes alone since America launched its 20-year war on democracy. A war for democracy. All right, go on, Mitch McConnell. Tell the American people how great the war in Afghanistan was before Joe Biden pulled out. Set us straight here.
Was out of power. Al-Qaeda was not around. We were not losing people in combat. And that precipitous decision to withdraw a year ago.
We were not losing people in combat. There was no combat. Trump made a deal in Doha with the Taliban in early 2020. He was going to end the war in Afghanistan. Trump was pulling out. He made a deal to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners. Okay? He was going to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners, and the Taliban would release 1,000 of our prisoners. That's the deal Trump made in Doha in 2020, to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners. That's not one Gitmo terrorist, Mitch. That's 5,000 Taliban prisoners. The deal was we would pull out if the Taliban would stop killing our soldiers. So we stopped the patrols. We stayed in the green zone, and they stopped killing our soldiers because Trump, in the Doha Agreement of 2020, promised we were pulling out. Let's finish up with Mitch McConnell.
What that requires is selling the right mix of weapons to Taiwan. Produced the return of the conditions that were there before 9/11.
Well, if you want a friend in Washington, D.C., they say get a dog. In Biden's case, that would be an attack dog. Seriously, Biden's dogs tend to be vicious. Here's his attack dog, Admiral John Kirby, his spokesperson, praising the strike that killed Ayman al-Zawahiri.
This action demonstrates that without American forces on the ground in Afghanistan and in harm's way, we still remain able to identify and locate even the world's most wanted terrorist, and then take the action to remove him from the battlefield.
Remove him from the battlefield. And by battlefield, Admiral Kirby means an apartment terrace, an apartment terrace in Kabul. That's how they killed Ayman al-Zawahiri while he was on his terrace. Maybe it's a war against terrorists, not terrorists. Maybe they're just fighting a war against terraces. How is an apartment terrace a battlefield, Admiral John Kirby? What's Ayman al-Zawahiri doing? Dropping water balloons on innocent people from his terrace? The guy is in his 70s, or was in his 70s. How hard is it to kill a guy in his 70s? And it only took 20 years. Yay for us. Let that be a message to anyone thinking of attacking us. Although nobody's positive that Ayman al-Zawahiri played much of a role in the planning of 9/11, but that doesn't matter. We this week sent a message to all the terrorists out there. If you attack us, we will find you. Eventually, could take 21 years, but we will find the senior housing facility in Kabul you're living in, and we will destroy not just you, but your walker, all your medications, your collection of Life magazines going back to the 50s, and every single framed photograph of your grandchildren. That's what we did to the 70-year-old Ayman al-Zawahiri. I think he was like 73, 74. Well, on Monday's show, I talked about the Pentagon's new business model. It doesn't involve troops. You know, you mail weapons to smaller countries so you can, why are we sending them weapons?
We are there to defend democracy.
Yes, we have to defend democracy, and drones, you know, manned drones, unmanned drones, over the horizon. That's what they call it. Oh, somewhere over the horizon, no boots on the ground. And here is Admiral John Kirby on the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri and how thrilled he is by this new way of killing. It's working. It's over the horizon. It's clean. It's not messy.
That is the definition, this mission, of when we talked a year ago of over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability. What we did this past weekend is a perfect, clean example of what that capability looks like.
You are a liar, Admiral Kirby. You're a liar. The over-the-horizon that we talked about last year. Yeah, we talked about over-the-horizon last year. In fact, you were the one who told us that the military deploying their over-the-horizon technology killed 10 innocents in Kabul, 7 children. You were the one who said afterwards that nobody in the Pentagon will be punished for killing 7 children. Do you remember that press conference? But now he lies and says the over-the-horizon capability works, and we're going to keep using it. He didn't mention the Pentagon can't be trusted with the over-horizon capability because they killed 7 children last year. He didn't mention that we only trust the CIA to do the over-the-horizon killing because you give it to the CIA, it's easier to keep the murder of the next 7 kids secret. Like I said, talking about liars today. Admiral Kirby lies. He's a liar. He speaks for the Pentagon. He speaks for Joe Biden, and he's going to keep lying till he lands a 7-figure job over at Raytheon to do what? What do you?
We are there to defend democracy.
Yes, he's going to defend democracy, making a couple of million a year over at Raytheon. Well, Bernie isn't happy with this new Manchin climate bill. That's what they're calling it, or the Schumer Manchin Inflation Reduction Act. He's demanding some new amendments. Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, is trying to fast track this pared down version of Bernie's Build Back Better, which, in order for it to pass, only needs 51 votes in the Senate because it can be passed through reconciliation. This was the big bill that Bernie wanted passed. And Bernie is complaining that he wants some of the provisions from the original Build Back Better bill put back in, like measures tackling homelessness, student debt, child care, and Medicare. Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema says she's worried about the corporate tax provisions in the bill. Here is Senator Chuck Schumer in the well of the Senate pushing the Inflation Reduction Act, or the Manchin Climate Bill.
This morning, a group of 126 leading economists, including seven Nobel Prize winners, 3 former chairs of the Council of Economic Advisors, 2 former Treasury secretaries, wrote a letter to congressional leaders calling for swift passage of our bill. They found that our bill, quote, will fight inflation and lower costs for American families while setting the stage for strong, stable, and broadly shared long-term economic growth. That's 7 Nobel laureates, 3 former chairs of the CEA, 2 former Treasury secretaries. Let me read it again. This bill will, quote, fight inflation and will lower costs for American families while setting the stage for strong, stable, and broadly shared long-term economic growth.
On the climate front,
well,
this bill will...
Hang on. This bill is about many things, including fighting climate catastrophe. Here is Sheldon Whitehouse selling the bill, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse selling the bill to reporters. He has been tasked with pushing the climate component. Sell the bill, Sheldon. Make it simple for us.
On the climate front, this bill will increase emissions reductions to 40% from 2005 baseline by 2030. And when it does that, it triples the rate at which America is reducing emissions. One bill.
It increases emission reductions to 40% and then triples the rate at which America is reducing emissions. It's almost like someone from Madison Avenue wrote that for him. I mean, it doesn't get any simpler than that, Sheldon. Continue.
And I'm very happy that my methane fee and 45Q provisions play such an important role in getting these results.
There's something to run on in November. Sheldon Whitehouse's methane fees and 45Q provisions. Yes. Here is Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii doing a much better job explaining how this bill will combat climate catastrophe.
This is real. This is actually happening. We are about to pass the biggest climate bill in American history. We are on the precipice of doing something historic that many thought was absolutely impossible. This meets the ambition that this planetary emergency requires. It gets us 80% of the way to our Paris target, cutting emissions 40% by 2030. It's got unprecedented investments in clean transportation, clean energy, home electrification, climate smart agriculture, US manufacturing, and environmental justice, but the focus here is emissions reductions. And at the beginning of this process, which was quite a while ago, we all agreed collectively that that was our North Star, that we were not going to fool ourselves and just turn this into a hodgepodge of environmental priorities, worthy as though they are. Many of them are my bills and everybody else's bills. But the only way to look at this is that the planet is on fire, and how do we deploy the resources that we're going to deploy to reduce emissions and to save the planet?
Sheldon Whitehouse is looking at him like, sure, if you want to talk down to people. Senator Tina Smith, Minnesota, was appointed to fill the U.S. Senate seat vacated by Al Franken, who quit in 2018 because he didn't want to go before the Ethics Committee. He claims he wasn't offered due process, but the truth is he's a liar. He didn't want to face all the women in the Ethics Committee hearings. Al Franken lies and says he was denied due process. No, he quit because there were at least 10 women who were going to come forward during the ethics hearings. You were offered due process, Al Franken, but you turned it down, and now you're a liar for claiming you were denied due process. Well, Senator Tina Smith won his seat in a 2018 special election. She's a Democrat, elected to a full term in 2020, and here she is touting the Inflation Reduction Act, Joe Biden, Manchin, Schumer bill.
40% reduction in emissions just in the next 8 years. Lower air pollution that will save lives. These same outside experts tell us that we'll be avoiding between 3,700 and 3,900 premature deaths. These are mostly poor people and people of color who live in the places that have been most impacted by fossil fuel pollution. And we're going to create 1.4 million jobs that are prevailing wage jobs that are good for people, not only for a job, but for a career. This legislation is going to save Americans money. Rewiring America predicts that Americans will save $1,800 a year in savings for households that take advantage of the rebates to install heat pumps for heating and water heating and for electric vehicles. And this legislation is going to reduce the federal deficit, fight inflation, lower prescription drug costs, and spur domestic energy production and manufacturing. And it is fully paid for. It pays for this investment by closing loopholes so that companies that are making more than $1 billion in profits, not revenue, but profits, and that are currently paying little or nothing in taxes are going to pay at least 15%. This is about 200 companies a year that have been failing to live up to their obligations to this country. This is not small businesses. It is not families making $400,000 a year or less. It is only fair that these big corporations step up and do their fair share. We are going to pass this bill. These provisions are broadly popular with the American public, and it is notable that as far as we know, not a single Republican will join us. In fact, that they will do everything they can to stop us, and they will not be successful.
Minnesota Democratic Senator Tina Smith did not make me laugh once. Al Franken always made me laugh. What good is Tina Smith? She's not funny. Al Franken always makes me laugh, especially when he says he was denied due process. And what's even funnier is all the people who say, Al Franken was denied due process. Al Franken is a liar. He was offered due process, and he's chicken shit. He didn't want to go before the Senate Ethics Committee. As I said, we're talking about this bill. Here is Senator Ron Wyden. He explains why Joe Manchin, the fiscal hawk, got on board. This is Senator Ron Wyden explaining why this bill is so appealing to Joe Manchin.
Let me talk about deficit reduction. Donald Trump and George Bush never passed legislation to reduce the deficit. That's because it was always supply-side economics. Explode the deficit with tax cuts. Somehow it'll work in the future. We're having no part of that. We cut the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars with three things. One, companies with billions of dollars in profits pay at least 15% in taxes. Two, wealthy tax cheats are going to pay what they already owe in taxes. And 3, wealthy fund managers start paying the same tax rates as nurses and firefighters.
That's Senator Ron Wyden. As I said, we're talking about liars. Senator Chuck Schumer warned that Republicans will say anything, that they will lie, because they do lie.
Now, Republicans have spent the last few days launching the same stale, predictable, and alarmist attacks they use against virtually any Democratic proposal, regardless of the facts. They've claimed that our bill is some crazy tax hike for the vast majority of Americans. Balderdash.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Balderdash.
You know, someone is picking up bad habits from Jon Stewart. By the way, John did a great job getting that bill passed, providing Iraq veterans much needed care for the injuries they suffered when they were exposed to those burn pits. This is the second time John has been able to get actual legislation passed that first helped the first responders at Ground Zero, and now the Iraq war veterans who are suffering from being exposed to the burn pits. And the way John did this is he used the F word on all the major networks, on the steps of the Capitol, and in front of Chuck Schumer. And with John's success, I think Chuck Schumer is finally learning to take off his syntactical gloves and roll in the mud like the rest of those lowbrow ruffians like Jon Stewart.
Balderdash.
I will not curse like that. Let's turn to the liars. Republicans, it's an entire party built on lies. Here is Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso. He represents Wyoming. He's against this bill. Fewer than 600,000 people live in Wyoming, where Senator Barrasso is from. 600,000 people live in Wyoming. They get 2 senators. Wyoming actually has more senators than they do black people. And they get 2 senators. I live in Manhattan. They have 600,000 people. They get 2 senators. I live in Manhattan. This morning, I had 600,000 people waiting in line for an overpriced rice pudding at Zabar's. Zabar's in Manhattan is truly cutting edge. They are always ahead of the curve. They were doing inflation because it was before inflation was fashionable, Zabar's was doing it. When it comes to inflation, Zabar's is the OG, which stands for only Gentiles would pay those prices, not original gangster. OG at Zabar's stands for only Gentiles would pay those. I was wow, that's amazing. How do you do this? Anyway, Dr. John Barrasso, graduate of Yale Medical School. This is a doctor. He's sworn an oath to save lives. That's why he believes in limited government, lower taxes, less spending, prayer in school. He's a real child of the Enlightenment. He's a liar. And like a good doctor from Yale, he's does whatever's necessary to cater to the rich. He lies about what's in Manchin-Schumer, or the Inflation Reduction Act, or Build Back a little bit better, but not too much. Now, he purports to be a fiscal hawk, right? He wants us to balance the budget, but not the right way. He wants to balance the budget on the backs of poor people, not raising taxes on the rich, which is what is in the bill, the Schumer-Manchin bill. I think today it's being called Loggins and Messina, or Mary-Kate and Ashley, whatever. It promises to balance the budget by making everyone pay their fair share of taxes. So Schumer-Manchin, Leopold and Loeb, Rogers and Hart, Lerner and Lowe, the law firm of DiMuzio and Hawthorne, whatever they're calling the bill today, it expands the IRS. It gives more money, hires more people to collect taxes from the tax cheats that Dr. Barrasso represents, who pay his salary. We know the IRS is seriously underfunded. When you factor in inflation, right now we're spending less on the IRS than we did 40 years ago, and we added close to 100 million taxpayers since then. Here is Dr. Barrasso from Wyoming. Here he is lying about the bill.
And you go through this whole bill, what do you see? You see the IRS being empowered to hire many more auditors, 86,000 more IRS agents. What do they want to do? They're going to audit people. We're talking about families and farmers and small businesses, making it much harder for families to get by. The burden of what they're placing on the American families is just absolutely awful.
You're a goddamn liar, Barrasso. They already audit families. That's all they can afford to do is audit the lower middle class. We need IRS agents to audit the rich. Right now in America, only the poor get audited. It's over the earned income tax credit. We all know this. The IRS doesn't have enough people to audit the wealthy because the wealthy, the people who pay Dr. Barrasso's salary, they have lawyers who used to work for the IRS, which means the IRS is afraid of them. Barrasso doesn't want a strong IRS because a strong IRS comes for the rich. Here's more Chuck Schumer.
They want to only help the rich when it comes to taxes. And when we do something against the rich, they howl. Our bill does not increase any taxes for small businesses and families making under $400,000 a year. Let me say that again. Our bill does not increase any taxes for small businesses and families making under $400,000 a year. What we will do is close loopholes that the largest businesses in this country have long abused to bring their tax rate down, sometimes to nothing. If nurses, if firefighters, if teachers pay their fair share of taxes, so too should mega corporations.
And for that, we need an IRS that can take on the corporate lawyers. Another liar is Florida Senator Rick Scott. He is a liar. Here he is lying about the bill. He is a liar. In March of this year, Florida Senator Rick Scott introduced his Save America plan. He introduced an 11-point plan to rescue America. His plan calls for sunsetting all federal legislation in 5 years, forcing Congress to vote to reauthorize each and every federal program if it wants to keep it, right? The sunset clause. He wants to sunset everything in Washington. You know how like the assault weapons ban had a sunset provision after 10 years and we can't get it renewed? Well, Senator Rick Scott, who is a liar, he wants a vote every 5 years on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. That's what he proposed 3 months ago. He said, quote, if a law is worth keeping, Congress can pass it again. He continues to lie that Medicare will go bankrupt in 5 years. He says Social Security will go bankrupt in 12 years. His plan calls for taxing all Americans. Why? So they have skin in the game. Well, he's still pushing it, but it didn't go over well with the Republicans. So, because he told the truth that Republicans want to get rid of Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid. So to redeem himself, he lied about what this bill will do and what the Democrats want to do to Medicare and senior citizens.
Clearly, they don't care about seniors in Florida. Now, the latest bill is going to cut Medicare. And these Democrats say, oh, they would never do that. Let me just read you a quote by Joe Biden. When I argued that we should freeze federal spending, I meant Social Security as well. I meant Medicare and Medicaid. I meant veterans benefits. I meant every single solitary thing in the government. This is Joe Biden. This is what they're doing.
Joe Biden said that. Oh my God, Joe Biden wants to cut Social Security and everything's on the table. Oh my God, when did Joe Biden say this? Was it this week? Last week? I have a clip of him saying this.
When I argued that we should freeze federal spending, I meant Social Security as well. I meant Medicare and Medicaid. I meant veterans benefits. I meant every single solitary thing in the government. And I not only tried it once, I tried it twice, I tried it a third time, and I tried it a fourth time. Somebody has to tell me in here how we're going to do this hard work without dealing with any of those sacred cows.
1995, that's when he said that. That was back in 1995 when Joe Biden could still string together a coherent sentence. You're a liar, Rick Scott. That is a lie to say that Joe Biden is putting Medicare on the chopping block. He said that in 1995 when he was in the Senate. More lies from Rick Scott.
They're actually cutting $280 billion out of the Medicare budget and not putting it back in to try to make it more solvent. So what we've got to do is we've got to figure out why the Democrats are doing this.
That's a lie. There is no plan to cut, what did he say, $240 billion out of it? There is no plan. There was talk of cutting Medicare Advantage. Medicare Advantage is not Medicare, you effing liar. Medicare Advantage is a love letter to the insurance companies, and you shouldn't be on Medicare Advantage. If you make it to 65, don't use Medicare Advantage. It's a way to privatize Medicare. It's the federal government subsidizing the insurance companies, and there's been talk of maybe not paying Medicare Advantage as much money as we've paid in the past. This is a part, the Republicans are liars. The difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is the Republicans lie, Democrats lie, but they don't feel good about it. That's the difference. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. Coming up, I was going to go over the housing crisis, but we've run out of time. Office hours this Friday. It's office hours and hours. Please join us. Go to my website, sign up for office hours. It's 24 hours and hours, and we're going to be raising money for a member of our community who's having some medical expenses. So we'd like to bring fresh people in and do a little fundraiser for somebody in our community. I will be back with Professor Ben Burgess. But first, some music from Professor Mike Steinel.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. The man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts, and the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We have breaking news. This is from the New York Times. A jury said Alex Jones must pay $4 million to the parents of a boy killed at Sandy Hook. This is from the New York Times. A jury in Texas awarded the parents of a child killed in the 2012 mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School more than $4 million in compensatory damages from the conspiracy theorist Alex Jones for defaming them by spreading lies that they were complicit in a government plot to stage the shooting as a pretext for gun control. Well, I know what I'm doing this weekend. I will be watching that trial. He's getting what he deserves and then some. He deserves a lot. Well, joining us is a friend of the show. It's always great to see him. He is Professor Ben Burgis. He is a philosophy professor. He is the author of Give Them an Argument, which is also a podcast. He is a regular contributor to Jacobin and the Daily Beast, and he is the author of the recent book, Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Buy the book. It has the Feldman guarantee. If it doesn't make you happy, I will reimburse you. Welcome, Professor Ben Burgis. Oh, I have to unmute you.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, David.
Where are you today?
I'm in Michigan. We'll probably be here for another week or two.
Tell me about the primaries.
Well, one significant primary result here, not quite the part of the state I'm in, but not too far away, is that Peter Meijer lost his primary. So this is this is not somebody. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this is not somebody we would like. I mean, this is like a trust fund kid Republican congressman. His Meijer, as in the sort of massive grocery store chain in the region. But I think it's significant for a couple of reasons. One is, of course, an important, the thing that everybody focused on, is that he lost a great, part because he voted to impeach Donald Trump. He was one of not very many Republicans who did that, and they've been dropping like flies. But I actually think there's a really significant aspect to this that deserves more play than it's gotten, which is that the DCCC, right, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, kind of ran an ad for the super Trumpy guy Gibbs, who successfully primaried Peter Meijer. Like if you watch the ad, if I know we're going to talk about it, I would have given you the link so you could play it. But if you watch the ad, there's a very thin pretense that it's anti-Gibbs, but it's obviously supposed to be stuff that Republican primary voters will like. It's like, Gibbs is too conservative and patriotic and loves Donald Trump too much. And apparently the DCCC spent $435,000 running this ad, which is 10 times what Trump gave Meyer. And this is not the only place they've been doing this. This has been happening a bunch of places, that this is this Pied Piper strategy whereby the Democrats actually, intervened in Republican primaries to try to elect the most extreme Trumpist candidates they can, on the assumption that they'll be easier to beat in the general election, which might be true sometimes. We'll see. We'll see how this race goes. But that's also kind of how we got the Trump presidency. Because Hillary Clinton sort of admitted to, that they were, trying to prop up Trump for exactly that reason. And I've got to, and it's really playing with fire. Like the Republican candidate for governor in Pennsylvania is somebody who benefited from this, and that guy's running within the margin of error of the Democrat. Last I heard, at least, which was a couple of weeks ago, so maybe it's changed. And in Pennsylvania, the governor gets to appoint the Secretary of State, right? So to oversee the election. So it really does seem like there's a weird contradiction to me, that like on the one hand, the Democrats say that Trumpists, the sort of like crazy right-wing Republicans are a threat to democracy, that it's urgent, it's the most important thing. Everybody should, they're in recess now, but everybody should watch the January 6th hearings, all this stuff. On the other hand, they're willing to support the most extreme, people, like take the risk that the worst, most Trumpy Republicans will be elected for the sake of kind of short-term, electoral calculations. And it does kind of seem to me like you have to pick, right? How serious is this?
Right. Well, let me ask you about the Democrats in Michigan. AIPAC is the Israeli lobbyist, and they want to protect Jews, so they claim.
Right.
They want to protect Jews. So Andy Levin is a Jewish congressperson from Michigan who Bernie supported. But AIPAC, which is there to protect Jews, so they claim, they destroyed Andy Levin?
Yeah, I think they've been throwing around quite a bit of money to try to purge anybody who's seen as not completely towing the line on this stuff, which is kind of funny, I have to say, looking back on it. A few years ago, Ilhan Omar got in trouble for suggesting that that money spent by pro-Israel lobbyists, played some role in influencing U.S. policy, which I don't know what the point would be if it didn't, right? Why you would spend all that money if you didn't think it was working. Same for the Saudi lobby or any other lobby, but she was accused of doing anti-Semitic tropes, and I think when you see some of these races where AIPAC is trying really hard to go after, progressives, for,
So they're not pro Jew. They're pro conservative. AIPAC is a conservative organization. It's pro Bibi Netanyahu. It's pro Israeli settlers. They cloak themselves in the patriotism of Israel, but they don't represent Jews, nor do they represent Israel. They represent far right extremists. And now AIPAC is polluting, contaminating the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
They did that to Turner and gave a shot to
Nina Turner. That's right. Yep. Yeah, no, look, this idea that that it's about Jews pro or con is a little bit ridiculous for a few reasons. One of which is I mean, again, maybe there's more recent information that contradicts this, but the last I remember seeing, right, and I think this is a pretty consistent finding, American Jews' actual opinions about about Israel, Palestine, conflict, peace process, all that stuff aren't different from just Americans in general, right? There really isn't much of a gap there, so when you say, well, you're for, you're for Jews because you want to go after people who, any sort of progressives who might express any sort of concern about, human rights abuses in the occupied Palestinian territories, and and thinks the United States, shouldn't be backing that. Well, no, you're not you're not representing, the views of Jewish people in general. You're not even representing the views of all Israelis, right? You're representing the views of the Israeli right wing. You're certainly not representing the views of Israeli peace activists. So it's like just own it, right, and stop hiding behind the rest of the stuff.
Right. AIPAC is actually hurting Israel because they are pushing young American Jews away from Israel. There is a problem. The boomers remember the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
So we're terrified. Younger people, younger American Jews are not as forgiving of the treatment of the Palestinians as older American Jews are. And when AIPAC messes with progressive candidates, it's one thing to be an organization that lobbies for Israel, but to insinuate yourself into democratic politics and destroy progressives like Andy Levin and Nina Turner, young American Jews are going to turn on Israel, and then Israel will truly be isolated in the world. AIPAC is creating a new generation of American Jews who are going to wash their hands of Israel, because AIPAC presents Israel as a right-wing extremist state. AIPAC should stay out of American politics, especially since they are really destroying the campaigns of progressive left-of-center candidates who represent the Jews of America. Most Jews, 80% of American Jews, believe in what Nina Turner believes in and Andy Levin. So AIPAC is hurting Israel. This is going to blow up in AIPAC's face. Bad choice of words.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I should say, so it's not all bad news, right? I mean, there's somebody else that they very much would have liked to remove if they could. While we're sticking with the Michigan primaries, Rashida Tlaib is still there.
Good.
And that one, I don't know a ton about the details of the race, but I mean, I do know that, I believe, she was redistricted. So, I mean, she wasn't like, it wasn't, in theory, it wasn't a cakewalk. I mean, right, there were other people who were like well established, that she was running against, but she's still there, which I think is the good news when it comes to all of this. That like, I think as with a lot of things, right? There are many, many dismal things about the situation, but I think that people do forget how bad not that many.
You're breaking up a little.
Relative. Oh crap. Okay. The point out. Sorry. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, it's a little.
No,
dicey, but
you clearly can't. Here, why don't I try turning off my just in case of connection? Let me see. It could be. Okay. How is it now?
You have to talk.
No. Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I think that's better.
Okay, beautiful. So what I was going to say is, I think not that long ago, the range of opinion that was represented in American politics, about Israel-Palestine was much narrower than it is right now, right? You know, you couldn't, like, the idea that somebody like Rashida Tlaib, who, you know, comes from a Palestinian American background, you know, who has the kinds of views that she has, you know, could be in Congress at all, right? You know, would have been pretty shocking, you know. So I mean, I think that there is, I think that as bad and worrying as it is that all of this APAC spending has had as much impact as it has, I also think that there is, like, much more openness now to more critical perspectives on, you know, U.S. support for the Israeli government and the things the Israeli government does, you know, the West Bank and Gaza, you know, than like was the case, you know, certainly like 10 years ago.
Right. Well, anyway, let's move on and talk about your piece over at the Daily
Sure.
Beast. John Bolton said he's.
This is at the.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it was in the Nation, but yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah. Yep.
Professor Ben Burgess has a piece in the Nation. I cannot tell you how thrilling it is to be lying on my back reading and just see something come over the transom. I'm gonna read I read the Nation, and then I see a piece by Ben Burgess, and it lights me up. I'm really happy for you, and it's a great piece. Bolton was on with Jake Tapper after the January 6 hearings, talking about a coup d'état.
Yeah.
Said something to the effect that wasn't a coup d'état. I've organized coup d'états. What did he say? And people kind of laughed at it.
Yeah, he said, he's basically what he said. The gist of it was that Trump was too dumb to do a coup, and he said, I've helped to plan coups d'état, not here, you know, but in other places. And
by the way, I noticed this the first time I've ever in the Nation I saw coups d'état.
Yeah,
which is I won't go there. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
That was my porn name.
Is that not how it should be pluralized? It seems like it would be.
That was the S. I don't know if you can pluralize coup by calling it coups.
Okay, sorry, it took me a second up there. But yeah, I think that you know, what he was, you know, it's a pretty astonishing thing to say, right? You know, he's like, you know, oh look, look at all the effort it takes. I've planned coups, and you know, and he didn't go into detail about any successful ones that he might have been involved in. It's also possible that he's trying to pad his coup planning resume, you know, but he did mention the effort under Trump when he was national security advisor to install Juan Guaido as the president of Venezuela, which was, you know, a pretty pathetic attempt, but it was certainly something the United States tried very hard to do, and you know, it also is not just a joke. I mean, you know, that was related to like freezing Venezuela's assets in ways that have actually exacerbated like real misery, right? You know, from the economic crisis there. And at the time, right, he denied everybody involved denied that was a coup. He's like, no, Juan Guaido is the legitimate leader. You know, now he's willing to say, oh yeah, that was a coup. I've planned some coups. And you know, the point that I was making about this is just a really simple one, which is, my God, what does it say of our society that somebody who was a powerful government official, was the national security advisor to Trump, was George W. Bush's ambassador to the United Nations, can just say, yeah, no, I've planned some coups. And it's a non-story. By the time the article came out, it had only been a couple of weeks since he said it. And, you know, nobody was still talking about that. And that maybe shouldn't be surprising, because, you know, we could talk about, like, a few days before the Jake Tapper, John Bolton thing, the New York Post ran a story where they were treating it as like a minor scandal that Joe Biden hadn't invited Henry Kissinger to the White House yet, because every other president from Nixon to Trump, including all the Democrats in that period, had all invited Dr. Kissinger for conversations and discussions about foreign policy. And this is a guy who certainly,
He loves clothes.
Yeah.
Nobody loves more than Henry Kissinger.
Yeah, right. There you go. But he's, but I mean, like, this is a guy who said when Salvador Allende was elected in Chile, right? I don't see why Chile should be allowed to go communist, because the voters are irresponsible. We could, and even beyond the coup issue, I mean, was involved in like real serious, crimes against humanity. I mean, when he, the Nixon was engaged in an illegal bombing campaign in Cambodia, right? It's a neutral country. He talked to Kissinger about how he wanted to proceed, and Kissinger, summarizing his conversation to, I think, the Joint Chiefs, said, anything that flies on anything that moves, right? That was his instruction for the bombing of Cambodia. I think that, I mean, look, I wish that I believe that Biden wasn't invited him assuming that it is an intentional snub and he just hasn't gone around to it yet. I believe that Biden wasn't invited him because Biden was so horrified by all of that. I suspect it might actually be because, not because of the war crimes, but because Kissinger wants a negotiated settlement in Ukraine.
Right.
But then, of course, that takes us to my very favorite example of this stuff, right? Which is like, months ago. So this is completely down the memory hole. But George W. Bush, right, saying, talking about
I hope
how
I'm just looking at pictures of him. I love watching Henry Kissinger on C-SPAN these days because it's all in the gut now, and I mean that's a good picture of Kissinger.
that is actually for Kissinger. That is about as good as pictures get.
If you've seen him, just keep him alive as long as possible. Let him suffer.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, so I mean, a couple months ago, right? George W. Bush, when he was, talking about that subject, about the war in Ukraine and why it's so important that, we need to, keep on flooding, Ukraine with heavy weaponry and, taking things to the brig, accused Vladimir Putin of having launched a brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And some recess of George W. Bush's soul, right? I mean, like, even he realizes what he did in Iraq, but that was nothing. That was like a late night punchline for like maybe a week, right? When he said that, it didn't really impact how anybody thinks of George W. Bush very much. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the tender moments between him and Michelle Obama got more play than that, little Freudian slip got. And, the thing that most disturbed me when I was going back to write the article to look at this, it's like you watch that clip and I mean, whatever ghouls are in that room watching him give that speech, I'm not sure, but like, when he says that, right, he says brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, like there is just this wave of warm and affectionate laughter. You would think that what he was accidentally admitted to there was some act of like mild naughtiness, like on the level of like maybe like once when he was in the Texas Air National Guard, he snuck behind the plane and smoked a joint or something, that like we were talking about something on that level, right? As opposed to starting a war that destabilized the entire region for decades and, led to hundreds of thousands of deaths directly, and the rise of ISIS and millions of people, being dislocated from their homes, so it just, I mean, maybe it's a obvious enough point that it's not that interesting, but it just, the thing that really just struck me about all this with the Bolton thing is the most recent egregious example is this.
Let me play it. I have it.
Yeah.
The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia, and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Ukraine. Iraq too. Anyway, 75.
Yeah, I mean, it's chilling to hear that laughter.
Let me finish. There are some who feel like that, you know, the conditions are such that they can attack us there. My answer is bring them on.
Yeah. And on it was brung, right? That was
I shouldn't laugh. That yeah.
No, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if you think about the number of, you know, Americans, you know, I mean, even though I mean, it's a fraction of the death and suffering inflicted on Iraq, but I mean, the number of Americans who came back in body bags for that war. I mean, there's a guy I went to high school with, right? You know, I wasn't really friends with him, but friends of mine certainly were, who died, you know, in like the initial weeks of, you know, the invasion of Iraq. You know, like it is just astonishing, right? Like, and this is just, it just seems, again, like the very simple point of all this is just like, this should be like, all three of these things, right, should be pretty ugly reminders of what kind of country we live in terms of like how people think about the rest of the world, right? You know, that it's like, well, I mean, that even if you think about that wording that Bolton's using, right? You know, it's like, oh, I planned some coups, not here, you know, other places. Well, if it's other places, it doesn't really count. You could do whatever the hell you want.
Right. This has been the filthiest segment we've ever done. I don't think I've ever heard the word coups. I think you wrote this for the nation just so you could come on this show and keep saying I'm disgusted and repulsed. Yes, Professor Ben Burgis. So what are you doing this summer before we say goodbye? Are you relaxing? Are you teaching? Are you writing a new
Well,
book?
I was teaching earlier this summer. I wouldn't say I'm exactly relaxing. I've been writing a lot. I'm kind of filling in. You know, there's a staff writers on leave for Jacobin, so I'm writing more than usual for them. But yeah, you know, I've been taking the opportunity to see family in Michigan, and you know, enjoy, you know, summer here, which is way better in every way than summer in Georgia.
Right, right. Well, Professor Ben Burgis is a philosophy professor, and everybody should listen to Give Them an Argument. It's also on YouTube. Read him over at Jacobin, The Daily Beast. He has a new piece in The Nation. And go by Christopher Hitchens, what he got right, how he went wrong, and why he still matters. Thank you, Professor.
All right. Thank you, comedian.
Have a great summer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, it's that time once again for the Hirschenfelds. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst, and Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian. You can stream his comedy special for free right now by going to YouTube. It's called Thug Thug Jew. And he also has a new book out. It's called Today is Now, written by his alter ego, Dr. Samuel Benjamin. Go buy Today is Now. It has the Feldman guarantee. If you buy Today is Now, written by Dr. Samuel Benjamin, and it doesn't make you laugh hysterically, I will reimburse you. Seriously.
Also, the other interesting thing about the book, thank you for plugging it, the book is 108 pages. If you take $14 and divide it by 108, that's a bargain. Every page is a bargain. That's what I'm saying.
Welcome, Dr. Hirschenfeld. Let's, if you don't mind, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, but I'm fascinated by the Alex Jones trial. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to watch Veteran liar, incapable of, when he's caught red-handed. Like you said during discovery that you had no access to your emails, to your text messages involving Sandy Hook. your lawyer made a mistake and sent us all the contents on your phone. We found thousands of emails and text messages. He says, so you got them. we did we gave you everything you wanted.
Yeah, I watched that moment. It was incredible. Yeah.
Lying, Dr. Hirschenfeld. What is going on with the person? But I have to unmute you.
He's a genuine psychopath. Can you hear me?
Yes, psychopath. Yes.
So he does not experience shame. You cannot shame him. You cannot make him feel guilty. He's got the eye on the prize as he sees it, which is his bank account and his notoriety. And those are the only two things that interest him. So when he is confronted with this, he just uses it to, continue to obfuscate and to try to march on in whatever direction he's trying to march on.
Yesterday, while this was going on, I melted down the phone with a Philippine call center. I was trying to get something taken care of, and it was a 90-minute. They kept transferring me. I stayed on the phone for 90 minutes. I kept thinking of you. I'm doing this to punish myself.
Uh-huh.
I should hang up, and finally I lost it on the phone with somebody. I think Panama. I've been depressed ever since. I feel so guilty.
Good for you.
That I melted down.
Does anybody hear this noise that I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think it's Ethan. Hang on.
It's like the heavy breathing of an animal, maybe.
It's Ethan.
Ethan's breathing heavy.
Yes, I'm going to mute him. Thank you. So watching the testimony, which I'm going to spend the weekend watching because he has coughing fits. The body betrays him. No remorse, no sense of nothing.
Nothing.
So what do you do? And that is a psychopath?
I think so. That's what I would call him.
And how do you deal with somebody like that? How do you can they be? Again, I don't want to. I'm just talking about in general. How do you treat somebody who's 13 and behaves this way?
It's not easy. I've tried. I've failed mostly. Maybe once or twice I did not fail. But it is so deep in the character and maybe even in the biology.
I have to disagree. I'm 7 out of 7 treating people with this situation. I'm batting 1,000.
Very good. Okay.
The thing is, you just have to. You're unaware of this. It's not really there in the literature. But what you have to do if you're treating a person with this level of disconnect from those very human and normal emotions that are critical to the functioning of a family, a civilization, even of shame and regret and empathy, you just have to talk very loud to them.
Oh, this is Dr. Samuel Benjamin.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You have to talk very loud. Most people, if you talk like this, they get what you're saying. But with these people, you really have to raise your voice. But a lot of therapists are unwilling to do that because they're neighbors. They have all these sound machines. They have these little fans. They're obsessed with not being heard by the neighbor. Like 50 to 60% of the mental energy of your average therapist, especially on the Upper East Side, where the construction is not very good. A lot of it is from the 60s and 70s. The walls are quite thin. There's sheetrock. There's not even wooden studs. The studs are aluminum. It's completely, it's acoustically transparent. So a lot of what they're doing is just buying noise machines and fans and air conditioners, and they're obsessed with not being heard in the waiting room, in the hallway, and by the neighbors. So they won't raise their voice. So these 13-year-old sociopaths are just shit out of luck. You just got to talk up, hey! And sometimes you got to even whistle.
He's a building consultant also.
I've heard it said that most New Yorkers, when they go to a psychiatrist, complain, like 80% of their complaints are about noise. Is that true? So I've heard that. So a psychopath, is it contagious? Can you catch psychopathy?
I think to a degree, if you have somebody who's playing without any rules, other people can observe that and say, oh, I could get away with that crap also. So I guess that's a kind of contagion.
You have somebody like Donald Trump. I talked about this with you last week. January 6 hearings, what was stunning to me is the last thing he said on January 6 before he retired to the private quarters was, Mike Pence really let me down.
Yeah.
I went, wow.
That's how he sees the whole world. Whether something has been good for him or bad for him. And nothing else really counts. So Mike Pence was bad for him.
Well, what if you're not propped up by the mob? What if you don't have, $200 million of your father's money to blow?
Right.
What if you taste failure? What happens?
You just got to get an Instagram account and a Twitter account. And get a few likes, a few loves, even a few ha-has, a few exclamation points. They go a long way. They can really prop you up.
You're right. Twitter, especially Twitter, appeals to our psychopathy. But what happened? What would have happened? Again, I don't want to get into specifics, but somebody like whomever isn't the president of the United States, and I could be talking about any former president of the United States who's a psychopath, but I'm talking about Donald Trump, but it could be anybody.
Right.
What would have happened if in his 20s there was no safety net and he really tasted failure? Well, he did. What would happen? Could humility force humility?
No. He could have been like Henry Hill. He could have joined some criminal organization and made a living that way. By the way, do you want to hear my latest insights?
Yes.
Okay. One of the most insidious ways that television and the internet is affecting our civilization is that, and I figured this out when I was watching the news. A whole bunch of young women came on. Am I allowed to say young women? Is that okay to say?
Yeah.
A whole bunch of young women, they were very smart, to make comments about the news. And they were all really good looking. Every last...
Up. Can't say that. Cannot call a woman good looking.
Okay, okay. Can I call a man good looking? Because the same thing applies to the men. Abraham Lincoln never would have gotten elected dog catcher in today's society because he was really peculiar looking, gaunt, all straight.
You can't say that
My
about
listeners have Marfan syndrome.
you can't say that about Abe Lincoln. Honest Abe.
To all my listeners who suffer from Marfan syndrome, I apologize.
Can I ask you one thing, David? Some people are saying that I'm too loud. Is it the mix or is something wrong with my mic?
Your mic may be too loud.
All right, I'm going to need help with that. Sorry about that.
Yeah. But this is the second week in a row.
Why don't you whisper?
I'll try.
We're picking up ambient noise. Well, I'll call you tomorrow and we'll go over it. So you're saying that good-looking people
get elected to office, they get jobs in places where maybe they're not the best qualified because their face is on the screen. And people say, oh, look at that. He's really good looking. He must be good.
I agree with you, and I think being good looking makes you smarter. Here's why. I think intelligence comes from comfort. That if you're nurtured and coddled and encouraged, then the noise in your brain diminishes and you have time, you can read and concentrate, and and I think if you're good looking, you have less noise in your head. People, want to be around you. I think you end up being smarter and well-read.
Well, there's some evidence that teachers favor good-looking children, and therefore the children get more attention and progress more in school. There's some truth to that. But I can also say that when I started out in medicine, I don't know how to say this without the thought police falling down on my head, but the most of the fellow students who had two X chromosomes, can I say that? They
had 20 chromosomes, is what you're saying. 2 X's is 20. People with 20 chromosomes. Okay.
They were not pinup girls. They just weren't.
Oh boy. Where's the I'm so ashamed I'm leaving emoji?
Oh, come on. He's right.
And I think many girls who did not have those physical attributes said to themselves, that's not what I can rely on. I can't charm my way through anything. I better study and learn my trigonometry. And they ended up in medical school.
Freud said biology is destiny.
Well, he did say that.
And what was he talking about what did he mean by that?
The lack of a penis.
Well, he should have just said that. It would have been a little clearer. By the way, I not to distract, but I turned my mic way down. Is it any better?
It's fantastic.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I think that I think they've done studies to define what beauty is.
They have many.
And there is a formula to determine why somebody is prettier than others. Yeah. But ultimately, and I think this is the pushback, is that who gets to decide what is beautiful? In the end, I know this sounds I'm really not catering. I'm not pandering. The older I get, the more I see beauty. It's the Verbissena Punim. You know, the ugliness, the great thing, Bruce Smirnoff taught me what Verbissena Punim means. It means a sourness that starts in the kishkas and comes up and manifests itself in the face. It means you're ugly on the inside, and eventually it takes over your whole face. And I did see that with some people I grew up with and some friends of my kids, actually my kids, that they were so sour. I'm joking about my kids, but if you look like this all the time, you have that jealous face, like you smell something bad. Eventually, your face kind of gets frozen that way. And Ethan, you look uncomfortable.
No. I was just thinking we do this at the beginning of our morning workout. We have this 9 a.m. Zoom workout. We've been doing it for a few years. And we begin it with this 9-minute routine. It's called Japanese radio calisthenics. And in fact, it was invented by like the Mutual of America insurance company, but then it was exported to Japan, and it's been going for about 100 years. And when I lead it, I mean, we have a video, but I talk through it a little bit, and I get people to smile in the last section, to actually work. So you're working your glutes, you're working those cheeks, but you really want to work these cheeks also for a few minutes of the workout in the morning, even if you don't feel like it. It's,
and when you smile,
you look insane. I mean, like a crazy smile. That's what I'm talking about. Like that guy. Was that Ebbets Field? Where was it with that guy? Like,
and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It just
Well,
feels
no,
good. I think
it's more than that. There's something biological in it. Some psychologists took a bunch of depressed patients and had them go like this for a number of minutes every day, and their depressions cleared up.
So maybe I should see a plastic surgeon and just have my face pulled back to a smile.
I think you're over. Are you overstating the results there? No.
I am not.
William James. I think William James wrote about this about 130 years ago.
Yeah, he was a smart guy.
Yeah.
As far as beauty, apparently what makes people beautiful is symmetry in their faces.
Right.
And the biological reason for that is...
I know the answer to this. My friend Leslie told me this. That when we're in the womb, our face is like two separate halves, and then they fuse together, and it's a freak of nature that has a perfectly formed face where you can't tell the left from the right. Is that correct?
That's probably true. I have a mirror that has sides and top and back, and it flips your face around so that you see yourself as other people see you. And I can barely recognize myself. Everything looks lopsided.
Yeah, you look in it, you see what other people see. I looked in it, I saw a pain in the ass.
What do you mean? You actually do have a mirror that does?
Yes, yeah.
He actually has this. It's got a few different mirrors in different positions, and when you look at it, your face is flipped on the x-axis, so you see it not reversed, and it's weird because you're used to always seeing yourself in the mirror.
Wow,
which is flipped from how everyone else sees
it. Flipped when you see yourself in the mirror.
Yeah.
But the other issue in
hang on. That's fascinating. You're as a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
You want to see yourself the way others see you, and the mirrors we use do not give us that.
Yeah, they don't. Exactly. When I look at my face, it sort of drifts one way. In this true mirror, it drifts the other way.
And can that affect you psychologically by saying that?
I don't know. I'll report on it.
Okay, and so you were going to say, I'm sorry, you were going to say something else.
The other issue is why symmetry and regularity is attractive is because it usually signals health. So if you're looking for a mate, you want somebody who is healthy.
Okay.
So
And if they're completely asymmetrical, there's some very easy workarounds. Just always stand to the side of them. Always look at them. And they look perfectly healthy. Just make sure you're always on the side. You never want to, like if you go to a diner, get a booth and you both sit in the same side of the booth. You just don't want to sit across from the person.
Now, when I was in college, I majored in phrenology, skull shapes. And then suddenly when I get out, I have a PhD in phrenology. What is phrenology? Is it
the bumps in your head?
It's the bumps in your head.
Right.
And
they thought they could divine something about your personality from studying the bumps in your head.
Is it just the bumps or it's the distances between stuff?
I think it was the bumps, but like I look at Nazi photos, they were like doing skull shapes, right? Trying to do.
Right. Yes.
And so there was a whole science behind this as recently as the 40s.
Not a real science, a pseudoscience.
Okay.
It was bullshit, make believe.
So says
the other thing that led me along this line of thinking, by the way, if I may interrupt, is that I'm not going to name the program, but there's a certain news program that I watch a lot. And there's one, what can I say, woman? I mean, there is one woman, there's one person of the female persuasion who is totally brilliant. I love her analysis of whatever she is commenting on. And she is a real meeskite.
My God.
Nobody knows what a meeskite is. That's some Latin word that.
Latin, right.
Yeah, it's
a
Latin.
Shoshone. It's a Shoshone Native American term.
Great. Meeskite is such a great word.
And I'm really pleased and impressed that she made it onto TV, because it's obviously only one thing. It's her brain power. It's
Right.
not her short skirts. It's not
Right.
her décolletage. It's her brains,
Right.
which is that should be the determining factor in our politicians, in our leaders, in our news people.
We need more meeskites.
Yes.
I think the meeskites lived in Israel before the Canaanites.
The Amalekites,
They were the
Canaanites, and then the Meskites.
The Meskites took over, and then just everybody left. Nobody wanted to live in Canaan.
Well, they didn't reproduce for obvious reasons.
They didn't reproduce.
I'm lodging a formal complaint.
No, that's such a funny idea to do an anthropological study of the Meskites. And they were incapable of reproducing. That's so funny. You look, Ethan.
Yeah.
Brag to us about your career.
There's a pigeon that just came to visit. I'm going to show you the pigeon. You see him?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, he's into the show. You got to book this guy. He seems very curious. So last night I had a show in Yarmouth, my first time in performing on Cape Cod. I think it went okay. I was performing with my friend Noel Castler, who's very funny. You should look up Noel Castler comedy. In fact, you should have him on the show. He's a very funny
Really?
guy. Very
Yes.
interesting.
I'm booking
Noel
the
Castler.
show for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm going to introduce you.
Which
And,
means,
what's that?
are you available next week?
Yeah.
All right.
As-
So good. Okay.
And then and then I drove. So I did my set, and then I drove. I got home at 2:30 a.m. and at 9:30 a.m. I was shooting this comedic video for this guy who's very funny, and it's his character is called Sexy Damien. You should look up Sexy Damien. He's a DJ and a kind of slightly outlandish character. So I play a referee in this video of his, a coach ref. It's fun.
You're amazing. That's amazing.
Oh, well, I'm just trying to keep busy. Yeah.
God, Mieskite is such a God. What a great word.
You know, I'm going to tell you a joke on that subject that I really liked, which is, it was a friend of mine in Israel who told me this joke. It's on the subject of a Mieskite.
Such a great word.
He says, "What does the so the word for is Polanit, like a Polish wife. What does the Polish wife say when she looks in the mirror in the morning?
What?
He deserves it." It's not a nice joke, but it's funny.
No, but you know what?
Yeah.
It's it's funny.
It's a funny joke. Yeah.
But why can he tell that joke? But if I use the word girl or pretty or whatever, I'm going to be hauled off in manacles.
I think I can tell you why.
Not manacles, personicles.
Personicles.
It's because you're completely aware of what you're doing, and there's a sly, there's a mischievous twinkle in your eye as you're doing it. You're enjoying the whole thing, winding everybody up. That's what it is. You're playing innocent, but you're just...
I can't do that with my kids, Dr. Hirschenfeld. I cannot play devil's advocate with them. Even if when I say what I mean, they accuse me of not meaning what I'm saying. And I'm constantly on eggshells with everyone around me.
I think they're probably correct.
You think that subconsciously I say things to get a rise out of people, not meaning, yeah. Yeah. What do you do if you were rude to somebody at a call center and you don't know if it was in the Philippines or Panama?
I can tell you where it was. Did she call you Mr. David?
No.
Okay. It was Panama. Because whenever I'm on the phone and it's a call center from the Philippines, they call me Mr. Ethan.
What percentage do you think of people, of Americans who get a call center from another country, completely lose their mind?
Here's what I want to encourage you to do.
Out of fear.
I want to encourage you to do the following, David, and this is a Dr. Benjamin piece of advice. Remember, don't think about the percentage of how many other people didn't lose their temper. Instead, think about how many times you did not lose your temper.
Right.
In other words, don't beat yourself up over this. You had 78 calls or 17 calls where you were a perfect gentleman or some approximation of that, and you lost your temper once. It's completely human.
You know who?
It's evolutionarily critical. Without a lost temper, we would have been a lost species.
Right. OJ.
So,
I'm just saying.
He had one bad day. How about how about all the days he didn't kill his wife?
Here's how you can make up for it also. When you have a positive interaction with a call center person, and I do this, I recommend this highly. Both I recommend it and Dr. Benjamin recommends it. If you have a good one, ask them, can I please speak to your supervisor and tell them how great you are? Because then you're getting, it's like when you tell someone, God bless you, and they didn't sneeze, you get one in the bank. So do that extra thing for that call center person, give them a high rating, and then when you really lose it, then you have some credits.
Yeah.
My wife keeps in mind that they are human beings and that she was once behind a counter and treated badly by famous people at Bergdorf's. And by the end of the call, she has made them their best friend.
By the way, it was originally called Berkowitz-Dorf's. Oh, by the way, this is actually what your wife was saying is also, there's a quote from Dr. Benjamin where he says, as an experiment, spend a day treating all the people that seem like walk-ons or character actors or bit players or background actors in your movie, treat them like the stars. Make them the stars of the movie for the day and make yourself the background actor. See what that feels like.
Wow.
Yeah, just for a day. Yeah.
What if do you get a day where you can treat everybody like a grip?
Absolutely, yeah. You can take them in the trailer and do whatever you want to them.
Everybody should buy Today Is Now by Dr. Samuel Benjamin. Go buy this book right now. It has the Feldman guarantee. Dr. Hirschenfeld, are you taking August off?
I don't get the Feldman guarantee, apparently.
You get the Feldman guarantee.
I am breaking the mold, and I'm taking off from 8:20 till 9:20. And I've been censured by my Psychoanalytic Institute for this deviation, but...
Perversion. I think is the word they used.
That's what I'm doing.
You know, this was my favorite one. It really felt like we were driving somewhere. It felt like we were on a trip, and you were trying to get Ethan mad, and I'm driving the car. This is how I envision our cross-country trip.
Okay.
What are you reading?
I am reading the Radetzky March, which I was reading last week and the week before that.
So you were reading the Odyssey.
I finished the Odyssey. It is such a great read.
Don't tell us what happens. Don't tell us what happens. Don't tell us what happens in the end.
I won't tell you what happens.
Okay.
But it's grim. I can tell you that.
I haven't been reading anything.
Oh, it's Homer.
Homer.
Yeah, Grimm didn't write the Odyssey. Homer.
I haven't been reading anything but the news, but I have been playing Semantle. I really recommend this game, Semantle. It's insane. It's like Wordle, except it's semantics. You're just guessing at a word from the universe of all words. It's bizarrely entertaining.
Okay.
Okay, God bless.
God bless. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Hirschenfelds, everybody go buy Today Is Now by Dr. Samuel Benjamin. It is
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The best, the best.
The best.
The best, the best. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. Office hours. It's office hours and hours. It's the first Friday of the month, which means we go all day and all night. Office hours. Very exciting. And we're going to do a fundraiser for a member of our community who's had some medical issues, and we're going to raise some money. And please join us. Go to my website to sign up for office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. And while you're there, subscribe to my newsletter. It comes out every Friday right before office hours with an invitation to office hours. If you don't get my newsletter, if you don't get the invitation, go to my website. You'll see a little menu button that says office hours. Click on that and you're in. Well, Emil Guillermo joins us. He is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Aminals. And he also is a columnist for the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Welcome, sir.
Hi, David. How are you?
Very good.
Good to see you.
Vince,
always good to, because there's so much. I listen to the Hirschenfelds. I love them too, right?
How can you not love the Hirschenfelds?
And that word you used, Mieskite. I think my wife, I think my first wife said that to me once. Maybe I was doing something wrong. I don't know, but
like a Mieskite.
I think that's she. And then I had to sleep in the sofa that night. And that led to the divorce ultimately. Or maybe it was something I did to her cat or a dog. I don't know. Anyway, I always get, and then when Ethan was talking about, do you have someone from Panama or do you have someone from the Philippines? He might be on it because they call me Mr. Emil. I call the bank when I want, I want to complain, and I get the Philippines, and I can tell. See, I can tell the accent because I know they don't sound like me. And so I can tell because I do a fake Filipino accent. So I can tell the real one when I hear it. And I know they're from the Philippines. I can tell like if they're from Jamaica or from, Panama or Ireland. They're using a lot of call centers in Ireland, I guess, for the white people. Anyway, so Mr. Emil, they call me that. But here's the thing that you need to know about those call centers. And that made me nice to the call center people. Because they don't get paid in the Philippines, they don't get paid in dollars. They get paid in pesos. 50 pesos to $1, and you brag about making like 30 pesos, and it's, so I said, hey, look, forget about the bank fee. Keep the bank fee. It always ends up with me, forgiving the bank and saying, take the money from the bank. Go and feed your kids in Manila.
You know what I say over and over again?
Yeah.
I say it's not the principle, it's the money. I don't care about the principle. This is about the money.
I'm
$1 fee that
I'm more traditional, I guess. I'm more with the principle. Depends on who the principal is, I guess.
So Leslie and I were talking. I had a bad, I was arrested. My mother died, and I'm keeping it together. Keeping it, like people have said to me, I cannot believe you're like a rock. And then it's been about a month, and there was a charge I wanted reversed on a wall mount that I bought. And
a wall mount is something like a piece of art or something
to put my TV up on.
I got you. Yeah.
I thought, maybe I'll watch TV if it's on the wall.
I see.
And it started. I went to the Philippines, and they said, well, you bought this with the Geek Squad attached to it, so we have to transfer you to a different department. And then I go to Panama, and then I go back to the Philippines, and they're not author. And Dr. Hirschenfeld talks about how I punish myself. And I could have hanged up, but I got myself worked up, and as it turned into 90 minutes on the phone. And then after 90 minutes, I completely lost it and screamed, God damn it, at the top.
Well, who are you beating up more? The call person or yourself? That's the issue.
And it had nothing to do with this wall mount. I just wanted to scream at the top of my lungs, God damn it. And then I felt depressed afterwards. I felt sad.
Yeah.
Leslie said, well, depression is where you depress all your emotions and your feelings. And the alternative is screaming, God damn it, at the call center person.
That helps me. This is where you need to see the alter ego of Dr. Benjamin, the real. I mean, I have to admit, we've talked about this.
By the way, I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I would be a bad cop.
Yeah.
But it would be rich white people that I'd beat the shit out of. I know who I'd pull over.
Yeah.
Like anybody driving a Porsche with the top down.
Yeah.
You have a busted taillight.
And
no, I don't. And I go, You don't have a busted. Where's the sound effect? Now that's not a busted tail. Hang on, let me get this right. You have a busted tail light, and he'd go, no, I don't, and I'd go,
there it is. That's busted. Yeah.
Now you have a busted tail light. Step out of the car.
You would not be a favorite of the police union. You would not be. You would be. You'd probably. That's what should make you rethink this thing you're going through. But I get it. I look
beating up the wrong people.
Yeah.
I have a list.
But don't beat up yourself. That's the point. The point is don't beat up yourself. And instead of beating up people, period, extend the love toward those people. And this is what they find. And this is what I was getting at through meditation, through loving self-kindness meditation. You begin with loving others, and there's that funny boomerang effect that happens, and the love comes back to you.
Really?
That's the way it works. Sharon Salzberg says it all the time in her meditation classes. She says, you show the love, extend the love, and it comes back.
You get what you give.
Essentially, but it gives you the option to go with love. And I used to always routinely yell at call center people
because it's anonymous.
Well, yeah, because this is the one place where bullying is seen as a kind of, anonymous, yes, but this is a place where bullying is kind of like, especially if you don't bully anybody. These people are bullyable, and then you go at it. And I remember I stopped because
I know what I want to do.
What?
I want to work at a call center.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I could passively aggressively torture people.
Yeah. Well, look, I stopped because my kids would watch me do this. And I thought it was kind of cool when I started seeing them watch me. And, you do it kind of because it's funny a little bit when it's sort of like a roast battle in a way, which can be comic.
Do this. I can't believe you do this.
Then wait, then my kids, then I realized they weren't laughing, and they started slinking away, and they started being ashamed. And then my wife started shunning me, and I said, look, I just got $35 from Visa. And they would say, oh, Dad, that changed me. I'm changed now. I'm a different person.
You're telling my story. That's my story.
Yeah, I know. Look, David, we should meditate. We should meditate on Zoom sometime. We never have to say anything. We just look at each other and we sit and be quiet and do nothing. It's worth any number of sessions with either the fake Dr. Benjamin or the real Dr. Benjamin.
Doing what I did, which was there would be a charge or there'd be a problem with the internet, and I'd get on the phone, and whatever the problem was, I turned into a microcosm for everything that's ailing our society.
Right.
I was fighting. It wasn't somebody on the other end of the phone. It was the whole system. And it's bullshit. I was just being a bully but I should work a call center.
Yeah, you should to empathize, to feel what it's like.
No, right. Hi, Mr. Giuliano. So your internet's out? Let me just...
I bought this hair shirt. It doesn't work. Please, I would like to return it.
Let me spend 15 minutes pretending to look up outages in your neighborhood. Do you mind waiting on hold for 15 minutes while I pretend to... I want to get a job doing... You know what? Then we'll talk about what everything...
That's right.
I realize now that I'm sad.
Yeah.
That I needed to act out. I was wrong, but I acted out so I could feel sad.
Yeah. Being sad is a choice, David. Don't choose suffering. Don't choose sadness. Choose joy. Choose joy.
And the other thing that's so sad about these call centers is we're a dying empire.
Mhm.
Americans don't have what we used to have. And you talk to somebody overseas at a call center, you feel powerless. You feel corporate America is abandoning you. Everything is slipping away. And
Well, they've outsourced responsibility, right? They've outsourced the people that you can complain. Used to be that you could say, I want to talk to the vice president.
right.
I want to talk to the president. That's where it's okay to beat up on people if they allow phone calls. I mean, internet companies rarely let you talk to people, but I mean, Amazon had to start something so that because it was inefficient, right, to talk to call centers unless they outsource it to the Philippines. But if you want to complain, the old-fashioned way was, I want to talk to the president. I want to talk, you want to talk to someone in charge. And in the good old America, you can yell at a white-haired white man and read him the riot act and say why you're going to pull your money out of his company or his bank or whatever. And you can't do that as easily anymore.
You know what? I'm not, this is the God's honest truth. About 5 years ago, I was dealing with customer service and it was overseas. And I'm going to play you. I'm not making a joke, but I swear to God, this is true. I'm talking to customer service. She had a foreign accent. And as she's talking, I hear, and I realized like she wasn't even in a call center. She was doing it in a village somewhere with a cell phone with in the background.
Working from home. Actually, it could have been, well, village. I mean, my first trip to the Philippines, I was so surprised that they didn't really have windows in this one place where my relatives lived. And they didn't have roaches. They had these big iguanas on the wall and, lizards. Anyway, so I can imagine chickens too.
Yeah.
Anyway. So did you get what you did?
Vin Scully.
Did that make you feel better though?
Yeah. It makes me feel better to know that you're a deeply flawed man like me. I can't imagine you being a phone bully.
Come on. I was a talk show host on a commercial talk station. I wasn't the Rush Limbaugh clone, but I was sort of the liberal version. But I'll tell you, doing talk radio, it tightens your chest because you get into it with callers. I didn't like it. I mean, I liked it, but I didn't like it. But I think because I left some talk radio jobs I had in DC and in Sacramento, I started taking it out on call centers until I realized that's no good. Yeah, don't take it out on the call center. Those are my people. That's what I realized. When I complained about not getting my New York Times or my Wall Street Journal, they gave me call centers. The Wall Street Journal, they use Philippines, and I'm complaining to them. And boy, and then when they find out I'm Filipino, because I'll say something like "Salamat," or I'll say something like, "Mabuhay." I'll say something in Tagalog, and that's like the cue, and it's like a wink, wink on the phone. And that gives me extra service. They'll say, "We will go out of our way to make you happy, Mr. Guillermo." And they pronounce my name right. They say Guillermo, not Guillermo.
What if we set up a call center where you get to call and just berate us?
Yeah, like it's like a therapy call center. It provides therapy for people so that people who bullied can be bullied. And people who were on the receiving end and got bullied, they can give it back.
Yeah.
It might be therapeutic. It's a
Vin Scully.
Yes, Vin Scully. David, we met in San Francisco. I was born and raised there. I was a real Giants fan.
Conservative,
And Vin Scully, though, was the voice of the Dodgers. And so you grow up, if you're from San Francisco, you grew up hating the Dodgers, and especially the voice of the Dodgers, Vin Scully. But I was under the influence of a park director from Flatbush when I was a young kid, when I was like 12 and 13. He was from Flatbush. He loved the Brooklyn Dodgers, and he was in San Francisco, and he got me listening to Vin Scully. And he was the only person, really, Vin Scully was the only person who could convince me to root for the Dodgers for 2 years. The Giants were lousy that year, but Vin Scully, and this is a testament to his power of description, of making baseball into poetry. And you know, there was no internet back then. We had radios, transistor radios, and you would hang out. The Dodgers were on 640 frequency AM, big 50,000 watt blowtorch, as they say. And so it wasn't that hard to get them, but you did have to maneuver to make sure you got that signal. But I remember listening to Vin Scully during the Dodger Mod Squad days.
Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Hey, Vin, that was Vin. He was a DJ too. No.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. So anyway, Vince. So when he passed, you know, this week, it was sad. I think for baseball fans, I know you like baseball a little bit, right? A little bit.
Groucho Marx was asked, I think Playboy asked him in the interview, what are you most grateful for? And he said, Vince Scully.
Vince Scully. He's a great announcer. He was the narrator of your life. If your life was and for the longest time, that's how my father and I coexisted. He had a transistor radio in his hand, listening to the Giants games, and I, you know, we were both baseball fans. We'd go to the games and we'd listen to play-by-play. I wanted to be a play-by-play announcer for the longest time, which is sort of, maybe it's the reason why I like these headsets. But Vince Scully was the guy, and I just had to pause a little bit because he was a soundtrack for a lot of my life when I was a Dodger fan. And then throughout, he did other sports. He called other games, some highlights in sports like that Kirk Gibson home run against the A's, the pass, Joe Montana's pass to Dwight Clark, 49ers. You know, so it's sad. And here's the other thing about Vince Scully. What a broadcaster. He died at 94, more than 60 years, on broadcasting. And, we met at a TV station. I was young. And one of the first things I wanted to be when I started growing up and thinking I wanted to be a broadcaster was I wanted to do radio. I wanted to do play-by-play. I wanted to do the ball games. And Vince Scully's the guy. He's sort of like the model for all baseball. You can hear Vince Scully and all the baseball announcers. And there's something about being the guy that I don't know what his politics were.
I think they were conservative.
Okay. So yeah, because I know he spoke to the Reagan Library, but it didn't really matter because everyone listened to him, regardless of his politics. I mean, if you could divorce yourself from the politics. This was a broadcaster. I'm in a closet now.
Broadcaster anymore.
Right. You can't say, well, that's right. You can't say broadcast, but in the most universal sense of the word, as opposed to me, I'm talking in a closet now. This is microcasting to the extreme. He was the whole world, and everyone loved him. Everyone loved Vin Scully. And even when I knew that he talked to the Reagan Library, I didn't mind him that much. Right. But anyway, I just wanted to just do a shout out. I guess you could do a shout out to a dead man. Show some appreciation, show some love.
Yeah, why not?
Vin Scully. There's very few broadcasters like that. And, not all of them are necessarily good people. I don't know what their politics are, but you just know them. Like Dick Clark. Do you know his politics? I don't know. But that was a career to say, here's this, here's that, here, to introduce people, to, wear a suit, hold a mic, say hi, be loved by everyone because you presented their music, you presented their baseball, you presented what, that was the whole thing about, being a disc jockey and being on the radio. It's, I don't know. So I just got a little nostalgic when Vin Scully died.
Yeah. All right. We should wrap it up because Dr. Lynn is with us.
Dr. Lynn, oh, yeah. Hey, Larry Josephson also died this week. You see that? You know Larry Josephson?
No.
Oh, he's an old WBAI guy, right? He did mornings on WBAI, Pacifica, New York, and funny, freeform. He used to say things like, well, you know, when a couple years ago, he said, you know, Howard Stern's making $1 million for what I used to do for free, you know, on BAI. He's like one of the real originators of freeform radio. I know you still do some stuff at the Pacifica. Larry Josephson, New York Times did an obit, and someone told a joke on NPR about what Larry Josephson said. He did a joke about a mohel, you know, with Terry Gross. You hear this joke?
No.
He says that there's a mohel, right? And in front of his window of his shop, he put a clock, and someone came in and looked at the window and saw the clock and went to the mohel and said, hey, I got a broken clock. Can you fix this? He says, I don't do watches. He said, well, wait a minute. He says, I'm a mohel. The guy said, well, there's a clock in your storefront window. And he said, I'm a mohel. What would you put on your storefront window?
I get it. I thought something about the L. I was trying to figure out.
Anyway, that was as a Larry Josephson joke.
Okay.
WBI. All right. Anyway.
Emil, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He is also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Read him over there, and he live streams every day. How can people watch your live stream?
They can watch it on amok.com or on Twitter at Emil Amok, or on YouTube, my pathetic YouTube channel, the Emil Guillermo YouTube channel, or on Facebook at fb.com/emilguillermo.media. So, but that column in the ALDEF today, I talk about Nancy Pelosi and autocracy and democracy. And it's relevant, especially with all the things that we're seeing now, you know, the Griner trial, the Griner.
Do you think, I don't want to keep Dr. Lynn waiting. Do you think she was right for going?
Pelosi, of course. I mean, this is her Tank Man moment. Remember Tank Man, Tiananmen Square, 1989? This was her Tank Lady moment. She's a little more distinguished than Tank Lady, but you got to stand up for democracy, especially now when you got Viktor Orban speaking at at CPAC. You got the election deniers winning in the primaries. You got to speak up for democracy. And even more than 20 Republicans who would ordinarily hate Nancy Pelosi's guts came around and applauded. Nancy.
We love saber rattling. I got to wrap it up. Thank you, Emil.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Call a call center.
Okay, thank you. Very well, as Emil just said, Orban, the fascist leader of Hungary, is speaking at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Dallas, Texas. Fox News host Sean Hannity spoke at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Dallas today, and he warned about climate alarmists. I want to ask, I'm going to just play 15 seconds of Sean Hannity warning about climate alarmists, and then I want to get a response from the Reverend Barry W. Lynn.
A recession. We are living in a recession. The recession was caused by Joe Biden and the climate alarmist cult that want you to think that the world is going to end in 12 years. Now, AOC said that 2 years ago. And my feeling is, if it really was going to end in 12 years, I'd say the hell with it all. Let's have one big party for the last 10 years. And then we'll all go home and see Jesus together, or at least half of us will.
Joining us is the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. He is a ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, as well as a lawyer and a member of the Supreme Court Bar. Before you bring on our very, 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 very special guest, would you like to comment on what Sean Hannity said?
Sean Hannity, oh man. I mean, this guy of course, has only gotten worse particularly when he was on with Alan Colmes at the beginning of Fox News. I used to be on that show all the time, and I really liked Alan. Alan died about 4 years ago, and of course, Hannity was happy to get rid of him. In fact, I think at about the same time, he had already told Roger Ailes he wanted to stop working with Alan Colmes. But this idea of half of the people going to see Jesus, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what he thinks. Does he think that half of, it makes me speechless to think that he does it. And then, of course, you can hear in the background these enormous applause and laughter coming from the CPAC folks down in Texas. I mean, I guess it says there's nothing too stupid for people like Sean Hannity to say to get a cheap laugh from neo-Nazis. What else can you say?
I'll play a clip from Viktor Orban.
Oh, okay.
But not right now. He got an ovation at CPAC. CPAC for saying marriage is between a man and a woman. Speaking of marriage, talk to me about your guest.
My guest is my spouse, my wife, and she's been on this show before. And one of the things that always drove me crazy about doing radio or listening to radio was when you start talking about an issue and then it never comes up again. And so Dr. Joanne Lynn has agreed to spend some time with us tonight, updating us on a couple of things. Number one, the Parkinson's disease drug trials that she talked about last January, a little update on COVID, what's happening, what do we need to know, and finally, monkeypox and what that means. Is this something to worry about? And all three are, two are updates and one is brand new. Joanne Lynn.
Barry, not being intimately involved with medical issues, said Parkinson's, and what he meant was Alzheimer's.
Yes, that's what I meant. I just forgot.
Yeah, it's a memory problem.
Yeah.
There was quite a striking and not really news covered new development in Alzheimer's research, which is really knocked my socks off. So for many years, there has been the dominant theory that the accumulation of amyloid in the brain is a major part of developing Alzheimer's. It's called the amyloid hypothesis. It's always been a little unclear because some people with perfectly good brain function have lots of amyloid in their brain, and some people with no substantial amyloid in their brain have very serious dementia. So that was always a little bit of a thorn in the side, but still, most of the drug companies and the NIH have invested massively in figuring out what leads to amyloid, what might get rid of it. This was the big argument over the drug aducanumab.
Which we you talked about that a couple of.
Yeah, and whether it should be covered, and the FDA approved it on a weird accelerated approval, and then CMS refused to cover it except in an additional clinical trial.
What is CMS?
Medicare. It's the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Right.
And a previous Republican administration dropped one of the M's, and you can guess which one. But in any case, what happened on July 22nd was the publication in the magazine Science of a remarkable story that the whole amyloid endeavor might be based on a fraudulent paper. And the So there were some lawyers representing some investors who were looking to make some money on a short sale, and they hired a junior faculty member at Vanderbilt to do some looking at one of the many anti-amyloid drugs that was being tested back a little over a year ago. And this young man, remarkably, really looked at the original paper back in 2007 or so, and realized that the images had been doctored. And so he went to other papers by the same team and found many more of them doctored. And he has, of course, no access to the originals. So he tried contacting the National Institutes of Health. They didn't respond. He tried contacting the FDA. He tried contacting the editors of the various journals. And he finally turned it all over to Science Magazine, who hired an outside investigator who said, not only are the ones that he detected doctored, but so are a whole lot of the others. So many, many millions, billions of dollars worth of research might be based upon a series of articles that are fraudulent. And all these drugs now in testing and aducanumab are based upon the idea that if you got rid of amyloid in the brain or even reduced it, you would greatly slow or even reverse dementia. And it may all be a huge fraud.
What are these photos of? I mean, just describe what these photographs that were fraudulent, but
remember early
what do they look like?
Remember early in HIV and AIDS, there was this test called the Western blot test. It may be vaguely rattling around in brains. But basically, this was a whole series of Western blot tests, which basically test for the presence of certain proteins in a sample and run the sample through what are effectively filters that then create these blots. And what he found was that some of the pictures of the blots simply didn't match up. And some of them appeared to be duplicated. So a blot that ought to have been novel was present in another test. It looks to be rampant fraud. And in a whole bunch of articles by this team, including one of the most cited articles ever, and that has won lots of awards for the team. And it's the kind of thing that back in the early 2000s, the people might not have been quite so sensitive to looking for pictures being adjusted. And now that we are more alert to these things, they become more apparent. And some of the examples in the Science article are really quite striking. I guess many of the others really require sort of technical expertise to be able to see what's going on. But I've always been a bit dubious about the amyloid hypothesis because of these outlier cases where people have serious dementia and don't have any amyloid, and people who have lots and lots of it don't have any dementia. And it would seem that there needed to be at least a further explanation, maybe a particular kind of amyloid, maybe a particular placement of it, something like that. But I see the things coming through in the chat. Dementia is a really terrible illness and a really bad way to spend the last few years of your life. But it is important that the research be honest and replicable. It is important that people have tried to replicate these original studies and that hadn't gotten much attention. it's really probably a case in which people who wanted to discredit the amyloid hypothesis had their studies reviewed by people who were quite invested in it, and they got turned down and didn't get their funding. So anyway, it's
What do you think the next step in all of this is? I mean, there's been a little bit in the last 2 days of conversation about it, a few articles written in general publications, but where does this kind of controversy go next?
well, I mean, it ought to be a serious issue for NIH that sort of is the ringleader in research in this arena. The drug companies that relied on it are probably not involved in kind of the core basic research. So they may have wasted a lot of money, but they probably aren't blameworthy. But I'm sure that the University of Minnesota, where the group works, is deep into an investigation of their own and asking for the original images and so forth. And the journal Nature that published a lot of these papers is doing an investigation as well. One would think that if it really relies on this one fellow whose name is on all the articles, that he would not only be expunged from doing any further research, but might well have some liability for some of these issues. So, it's,
Well, if somebody determines that this is fraudulent, when you talk about liability, I mean, what's the process by which someone would they have to pay back parts of these hundreds of millions of dollars?
I mean, they have, of course, all been spent in salaries and equipment and so forth, and might be pretty hard to get them back. I would guess that the University of Minnesota, where these folks work, is at real risk of drug companies coming back to them and saying, look, we spent all this money developing drugs like aducanumab on the basis of your research, and it's, it's fraudulent. So, we're going to sue you. The university undoubtedly has deeper pockets than any one researcher. There must be a point at which this kind of behavior would become criminally reprehensible in some way, but I don't know the law well enough to know how you get to that. But I just found it really stunning because there have been just billions of dollars spent on this hypothesis. And if the originating few score of papers are lies, it's a tremendous amount of researchers' work building on that goes down the drain, and all these drugs that the pharmaceutical companies are now testing, and this big clinical trial that Medicare's sponsoring. They all become uncertain. It certainly would be one of the biggest frauds ever in modern history of science. And I've just found it's a complicated story. So I can see why it's hard to, make it a front page story in the Times, but it ought to be. It's really a big issue.
Right. Can we talk about monkeypox? Because I think most of my listeners are terrified. Xavier Becerra, head of HHS today, declared it's a national emergency.
Yeah. Monkeypox has been around for a very long time. We have immunization for it. We have treatment for it. Those of us who are old enough to have had smallpox vaccination have a certain amount of immunity that's cross-tolerant. But the fact that it was spreading was really pretty evident very shortly into the current situation. And, I think we were so burned by the COVID pandemic, that there just was a real reluctance to do aggressive contact tracing and immunization and isolation. We could have stopped this thing in its tracks, but we missed that chance. So now a whole lot of people have to be immunized, and a whole lot of people have to start being very careful about their exposure. It isn't a fatal disease. It is a very annoying illness. Only, I think, 6 or 8 people out of 25,000 who've had it in this current episode have died, and they presumably had other shortcomings. I mean, people die of things like the measles and the mumps, but somebody asked, why do doctors on TV say it spreads from men having sex with men? I mean, there's nothing magic about men having sex with men, but it is the most common way in which multiple partners are involved in skin-to-skin contact. Something that is largely spread by skin-to-skin contact is going to spread first among men who have sex with men, not with man, not with one partner, but with multiple partners. And once it gets into that population, it tends to spread because of the multiple partners. So,
and
there's nothing magic about it being men with men. I mean, there have been one of the people who died was a pregnant woman, and one of the people who died was a child.
But you need tears in the skin. You need boils and blisters.
No, just skin to skin, and close contact. I mean, it's the same sort of thing as smallpox was, where it doesn't have to have a break in the skin.
And the vaccine for smallpox, will that work for monkeypox?
It appears to have a mitigating effect. Obviously, most people who are immunized for smallpox were immunized many, many, many years ago. So the immunity is not terribly active, and it won't keep you from getting the disease. It will mitigate its severity.
And we have enough vaccines. We keep them on hand in case of a...
Well, no, when this hit, the US had some, I think it was 4,200 doses or something of the sort. It's something ridiculous, but it's fairly easy to produce. So now there is a great deal of it being distributed. Many states are not requesting their allocation because they don't feel like it's affecting their population. But, they ought to be, and we ought to have been gearing up really pretty quickly.
What
We also
states
have
have,
some treatments. I can't rattle off the treatments, but there are some treatments available because this has been endemic in sub-Saharan Africa for many, many years. And it would periodically have an outbreak, and 5,000 or 10,000 people would get it, and the WHO would show up with lots of vaccine and tamp it back down. So it's been endemic in probably half a dozen countries across the equator, and something changed just a little bit to make it effectively spread.
You said we blew it with monkeypox.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was just saying, oh, it causes some outbreaks. It's relatively small. It's all people who traveled. It's the kind of thing that we probably should have been in a position to really jump on quickly and try to do aggressive contact tracing and lots of immunization, lots of testing. Lots of the first people got diagnosed as having herpes rather than as having monkeypox. So, it's
I'm sorry.
it had a way to be stopped, and we didn't use it.
My last question, then I'll give it back to the Reverend. Ron DeSantis, the Florida Republican governor, says Biden is just trying to scare us. Monkeypox is not that dangerous.
I hope he gets it. I mean, come on.
What's his
It's not that dangerous. I mean, it's not nearly as fatal in any population as COVID was. But it certainly makes you miserable. And it takes a long time for those lesions to heal. So you're out of the workforce for maybe a month. It can leave scars, especially in people with substantial pigmentation. It's not as dangerous as smallpox was. It's not as dangerous as COVID, but it's a real annoyance.
Right. DeSantis in Florida. A year ago, he was saying no masks, no mask mandates. And we were expecting Florida to be COVID ground zero. We were expecting just to see body bags after body bags. Has Florida turned out to be that bad when it comes to COVID?
I mean, it's among the many states that have a whole lot of COVID. Remember that there's quite a curve with age and other conditions with COVID. So, Florida, like everywhere else, had a whole lot of people in nursing homes and in home care die. There are lots of parts of the country now where, probably most of the country, where you have to search for somebody wearing a mask in a grocery store.
Yeah.
Most of the schools are going back without masks. So, DeSantis was ahead of that curve, but it's hard to say that it hurt Florida a whole lot because, everybody else caught up with him.
It feels like they won. It feels like the right wing won. Nobody is wearing a mask.
Well, I wear a mask. I wear a mask both to keep myself from spreading anything and to protect myself from other people. I think that, it's now something like 70% of the population has been exposed to COVID. But the new variants, this B5 variant is different, and it's going to cause another round of outbreaks in the fall as we start getting back together again. Right. It's already caused an outbreak, but, we're still losing a few dozen nursing home aides every week. We're still having outbreaks in nursing homes and anywhere else where large numbers of people gather. We just are bored with it and no longer put it in the news.
Reverend?
Just one other question. Can you comment, Joanne, on what is the likelihood of variations that are not just a little different than what most people are vaccinated for, but are dramatically different?
Well, COVID has shown a remarkable ability to keep changing. So, there are maybe a dozen versions of polio ever. COVID is showing up with new proteins every few months. Has COVID kind of used its whole playbook, or does it have more tricks that we will find out over time? No one really knows. It has a relatively simple structure, but a substantial genome. It's an RNA virus, but it has a substantial genome. So, whether some of those either relatively unimportant or silent areas, get a try at creating something that evades our immunization is the issue. The original immunization for COVID is only partially useful against the new variant. So it does have enough cross immunogenicity, ability to cause an immune reaction, that it substantially reduces serious illness. So it reduces hospitalizations by 70 or 80%. It doesn't reduce mild illness hardly at all. So, maybe 20% or something.
Sure.
So those of us who are vaccinated and boosted are very unlikely to end up needing a ventilator or dying of COVID, even with the new variant. But whereas with the original version, we also would have had very little likelihood of coming down with it at all. Now we have actually substantial likelihood of getting a mild case. So, these things are, in a sense, completely foreseeable and complicated enough that the public does not follow.
No. Thank you very much. And
My pleasure. And, happy to weigh in. If anyone has some ideas on how to deal with the fraud, throw them in the web and the chat.
all right. Thank you. David.
David's up with only a still picture. You may have to just talk on your own.
Well, I don't know. I may have to interview myself.
You've done that before.
I have done that before. I once conducted an interview with a member of Congress when I was doing a show with a conservative co-host who was late arriving. I did the entire interview, 10 minutes or more, and every time the congressman would say something, I'd go, yeah, well, Pat, I can see he likes that, but I don't. I think you're dead wrong. The guy was never there. I also once did.
Dr. Lind, what did you say?
She's finished. And then you disappeared. Oh, there you are. Look.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
I was just telling stories to fill time, but I just told this story to some relatives when we were up in Massachusetts, and nobody would believe it. I did a show with Bill Press and Pat Buchanan when they were doing Crossfire. And then, of course, somehow they both got fired and replaced. And then they were on MSNBC for a while. And we were talking about the conflict in Alabama when that crazy character, Judge Roy Moore, put a 2.5-ton monument to the 10 Commandments right in the new judicial building. And I was in Washington, and Bill and Pat were there, and there was a lawyer representing the bad religious right nuts down there. And he was coming in long distance, they were filming him down there. And I said to Bill, I said, I can't hear anything. And so we did the whole interview, and Bill Press at the end goes, well, I'm glad you were able to hear that. And I said, I couldn't hear it. And he said, well, what do you mean? You kept responding. And I said, yeah, but I just look at Buchanan, and if he was smiling, I'd say, well, that's terribly wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And got through 10 minutes there. That's
good.
Yeah, it was good. It's good to just be able to talk and get away with it, even if you don't have somebody there, you can't hear what they're saying, because the religious right is so predictable, and I'm meaning this seriously. They're so predictable. If you watch their mouth opening, they're saying something that's a fabrication, and you just deny everything.
Right.
Yeah.
I have questions for you.
Please.
You are a lawyer. You're a member of the Supreme Court bar.
Yep.
Alex Jones. Explain to me what some of these terms are.
All right.
A year ago, he had 4 defamation suits.
Right.
He didn't provide discovery, and so he defaulted on these trials. What does that mean?
Well, it means that he refused to participate in the trials, and therefore he, in a sense, lost by default. They said he did the defamation, and now what we're getting into now is what are the damages for the defamation. The defamation is not something that he can relitigate, although in this most recent trial that ended today, he did try to do that. He tried to say, well, I didn't really say it. Defamation is, do you say dishonest things to people knowing that they're dishonest? But the judge was pretty good and said, you know, we're beyond that now. You already gave up your right to raise any defenses to defamation. Now we're only talking about the damages. And there are 2 kinds of damages. The damages that were awarded today, $4.1 million. And this is what the jury thinks you can actually measure. In other words, that they could determine that the parents involved here, when their little boy was shot, had real damages, monetary damages of a little over $4 million. Then it goes to punitive damages, which also could go to the parents. And that part of the deliberation will begin tomorrow. And that's where a lot of people, myself included, think that he will be in for vastly more than the $4.1 million that he has to sleep on tonight.
Right. Defamation. What is defamation?
Well, defamation is when you knowingly say things that are false about people and those people are injured because of it. There has to be some kind of an injury. In other words, if you just say something like, you know, Sean Hannity is an idiot, that's not defamation unless Sean Hannity says, Barry Lynn said I was an idiot and it hurt me. I lost my ability to get sponsors for my television show. So there has to be an injury. And it has to be caused by what people say. It's distinct from libel, which is when something is printed or otherwise communicated, and it does the same thing. It causes an injury that you can measure.
And it's the same. So defamation would be like slander.
It's like slander. Yeah.
If Alex Jones goes on his show and says, the shootings were false flag operations, they were all crisis actors, some would argue, not me, but some would argue that's protected by the First Amendment, that you're allowed to take a news story and wring it dry, ask all the possible questions, and that the First Amendment would protect you when you say, I don't believe anybody died.
Right. And that's, of course, what Alex Jones has been saying up until yesterday, when he finally admitted that there really was a massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School. But the idea of being able to say anything, that much is true. But if you knowingly say something you know to be false, you know, he's tried to make this argument that a lot of people had big questions about what had happened, what went wrong that day. But that doesn't matter. He knew, and I think the jury clearly understood that he knew that what he was saying in those early days was something he didn't even believe. It kind of gets to the central question with Donald Trump. That is, did he really believe all the nonsense that he was spouting, and that a couple of his lawyers, but most of them not, a couple of his lawyers agreed with him? So, but again, there's penalties that do require some evidence that a person has been injured, has been harmed in a significant fashion.
It was the response from his listeners that caused the damages.
Well, not, I don't ever listen to Alex Jones, so I don't know to what degree.
But he used his show as a pulpit to hypothesize that this was
sure.
Although he did dox the parents, he showed where they lived.
Right.
He encouraged people to harass them.
No, that's true, but and that's where you get to the kind of damages that the jury found today. So when the parents say somebody shot out a window in my house, that's a real damage. One of the other victims where it hasn't gone to trial yet on damages, but I think she had to move something like 11 times, because every time she would move, one of Alex Jones's listeners would find out about it and reportedly tell Alex Jones, and then he would promote where the person moved. So a little chain, but it's incredibly damaging to. And I do think a lot of people thought, well, $4 million, they had asked for 154 million. I mean, this is a drop in the bucket, but that's just the first phase of the damages. The punitive damages come tomorrow or perhaps into the weekend.
And you can't separate Alex Jones from the assault weapons ban. He is a tool of the NRA. He is a tool of the Second Amendment. The reason he was saying these are crisis actors, it's a false flag operation, because they're part of a conspiracy to take our guns.
That's exactly the point. So the gun manufacturers, as you and I have mentioned, the NRA is an interesting enemy, but they're not really the culprits. They just represent the interests of the four and a half gun manufacturing companies in the country.
He provides a service for the gun manufacturers by saying these shootings really didn't happen.
No, absolutely. He's, I was, for a while, I was on the same minor league radio network that he was. And I never met the guy. The closest I ever came to, he lives in Austin. He has this kind of house somewhere and I was on a book tour many years ago, and my book tour was going through Austin, and I was supposed to speak at a coffee house. It turned out to be the same coffee house that Alex Jones bought his coffee from every morning. So when I get in, the owner of the place says,
I wouldn't drink that coffee.
No, I didn't. I'm a teetotaler when it comes to coffee after 3 p.m. But so the guy who owned it said, Alex Jones lives right across the road here. And he said, he saw your picture and he said he might come to the reading. And I thought that would be fun. But at that point, he was deranged, but he was not quite as evil as he became many years later. And going back to CPAC, when he was asked the other day how much money, he's constantly talking about being in bankruptcy. He's not in bankruptcy. He's filed in a couple of jurisdictions for bankruptcy. But and the defense lawyer said, but wait a minute, you have vast holdings. And he said, you even made $800,000 in 1 week. And Jones said, well, that was when I appeared at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference. And what happens at these conferences, because I used to go to a lot of these, people are vendors. They go, they try to sell their books, they sell all kinds of junk. And if he really sold $800,000 worth of stuff at one weekend of a CPAC convention, he must be one hell of a salesman. One of those events, I went to a religious right-wing conference, and there was a guy selling packaged food, which is something Alex Jones also does in case of emergencies. And this was around the time of the Y2K, the whole world's gonna fall apart. And I talked to the guy briefly, and he gave me a package of prepackaged something, hash, meat hash. And so 6 months later, I called him up when I was doing radio on the end of the afternoons. And I said to the guy, how'd you do at that conference of the Christian Coalition? And he said, I didn't sell anything. I said, you sold nothing? And he said, yeah, he said, I gave you and one other guy a free sample, and I didn't sell anything else. I'm never going back.
Interesting.
One day, $800,000 at the CPAC convention. But then again, the CPAC people, I mean, they too have gone off the deep end. I mean, that the Conservative Political Action Committee was not nearly as outrageously right-wing goofy as it is today.
Right. You're a reverend, you're an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. When did you start using the word evil? Is this a new thing?
I started using it in earnest during the last election cycle.
Yeah, I've noticed that. You're throwing the word evil. Define evil.
I mean, evil is an utterly indifferent attitude toward the suffering of others, particularly if you help to cause that suffering. That, to me, is evil.
Right. They know. I not to sound self-righteous. I'm fascinated by Alex Jones' testimony. It's just riveting.
Yeah.
We had a psychiatrist on the show who said this is psychopathy, just an incapable. Dr. Hirschenfeld said
right.
These are incapable of remorse.
It's hard to believe it, but knowing, I said I never listened to Alex Jones, and that's true, but there were times when he would do advertisements, and the way that these kind of what I call low rent radio networks work is you can, I guess people do it other ways, but I used to say, just give me the airtime, give me the satellite time so I can get on anywhere in the country, and I'll give you a couple of minutes that you can advertise any of the junk you sell during the other shows. And occasionally, Alex Jones would promote some kind of book. I vetoed anything that wasn't just a book, but I would occasionally hear from him. But his rabid listeners, some of whom would tune in to me, and I mean, they were, you can't believe that people believe that and are still, in a safe place in their home.
They're very sly. They say things that are funny. They say things that are outrageous. They throw out test balloons.
Yeah.
They see how far they can push it. If it's too far, people laugh. They say, I'm joking around.
Right.
Get back. Then they put the same test balloon out in 6 months, and suddenly they're not laughing. They're taking it seriously. They know what they're doing. They are pushing it as far to the right as they possibly can. It's funny at first. I saw it with Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh kept saying, you do comedy at your own peril. I didn't mean to. And they always walk and they have no problem apologizing and saying they'll never do it again. And they say it the next day. I watched it during the testimony with Alex Jones. He'll apologize. He'll apologize for talking about Comet Pizza and saying there were pedophiles in the basement. And he apologizes. Then he says it the next day.
Exactly.
A radio show and a television show, and you say there is a pizzeria in Washington, D.C. That Hillary Clinton is using as a clearinghouse for pedophiles. And one of your listeners gets an assault weapon and walks to that pizzeria to shoot it up. They did catch this guy before he fired a shot.
That's right.
He's doing 4 years in prison now. How complicit, legally speaking, how complicit is Alex Jones in that attempted murder?
Well, the answer to that is he was never charged with anything. And there were a lot of other people who listened to him and who therefore became believers in the fact that there even was a basement in Comet Pizza. There isn't, and that the pedophiles might be living there. It's hard to do, but what they're doing now, if he had said, I mean, Hillary Clinton, in theory, could have tried to sue him for defamation. But of course, that's exactly what these characters want, because that's how they gain members. I'm being attacked. I mean, people on the left do that. I mean, I used to do that whenever Pat Robertson would say something nasty about me. We'd put out some press release. We go on television, because if you're being attacked and you think there's an advantage in going on the offensive, you go and do that. But I don't think, with all due respect to Dr. Hirschenfeld, who I, of course, really enjoy, I don't know if this is pathology or if this is just really smart marketing.
Right.
We know the guy's made millions of dollars. It doesn't matter what he claims he's bankrupt. And we know that he's made millions and millions of dollars off of books, off of survival food, off of connections to his InfoWorld's podcast and all of that. He's very smart.
He is. He calls it InfoWars. He's
InfoWars.
Spreading information. He is spreading. Go to the website. He does have stories. He is spreading the news.
Yep.
When we talk on this show about the Republicans, we usually get around to blaming the Democrats for the Republicans. We say, look, there's always going to be evil in this world. It's the responsibility of the Democrats to rein it in. And they're, they're not guarding us. Who's to blame for Alex Jones? In the end, it is CNN, MSNBC, radio for not providing authentic news to the American people.
Yeah, I mean, certainly people want to hear the stuff that Alex Jones or Joe Rogan say, because they want to believe it, because 9 out of 10 chances what they believe is exactly what their favorite people on radio or in podcasting are saying. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know if we can blame CNN. I mean, we could blame CNN for a lot of things, but I'm not sure that their failings are directly responsible for the creation of somebody like Alex Jones.
I'll tell you why CNN and MSNBC are destroying this country. we are getting the news filtered through opportunistic infections known as pundits. Real things happen, and we don't even need reporters. I want to know what our senators, our congresspeople are saying. I don't want it to be filtered through a reporter or a pundit. I rather hear what Elizabeth Warren has to say during a committee hearing. When people are under oath, what was so riveting about the Alex Jones trial is he is an inveterate liar who has now sworn on a Bible to tell the truth. And Senate hearings, congressional hearings are real news because witnesses testify at these hearings and they are sworn to, with the penalty of perjury.
That's right.
You can't get better journalism than a Senate or congressional hearing.
Well, yeah, having testified in many of them, though, you have to consider the questions that you're going to be asked. I mean, you usually get, as a witness, a non-governmental witness gets 5 minutes to summarize her or his testimony. And then people ask questions, and mainly people on the committees, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, have their own points that they want to make. So they spend 5 minutes, they're given 5 minutes, they spend 4 minutes explaining what they think. And then they ask one question of one of a panel of, say, 3 or 4 people, and then their time's up. So I'm not sure that you really get what you look for, what you're looking for from these hearings, because they're orchestrated in a way that it is not conducive to getting to the bottom of most of the issues they consider.
Let me give you an example.
Sure.
Okay. So there were hearings held about the assault weapons ban.
Right.
And they held hearings a week before the vote. This was 2 weeks ago. Carolyn Maloney, chairwoman of the House Oversight Committee, which is famously inquisitorial, you know.
Yep.
They can look into anything they want. They dragged the manufacturers, the CEOs of AR-15 up on the Hill, and these gun manufacturers were under oath.
Yep.
They were grilled. This is AOC. I just want to show this because these hearings are news. This should be, so let me just play you.
Sure.
It's on. Okay, perfect. Mr. Daniel, you are CEO of firearm manufacturer Daniel Defense. This photograph is from an advertisement featured for your company. Do you know, I'd like to draw your attention to that red tattoo featured in your company's advertisement. Do you know what that tattoo is? Mr. Daniels?
Madam Congressman, Congresswoman, I'm not sure this is our ad. Can you show the whole ad? Is this our ad or someone else?
Yes, this is your ad, Mr. Daniel. This is an advertisement for your company, Daniel Defense.
Why is the brand name not in the photo?
No worries, no worries. So this is featured prominently in your advertisement, that tattoo. You've indicated that you don't know what it is, but Ms. Sampson, as an expert in this area, can you briefly tell us what that tattoo is?
That's a fall knot, and it's a symbol that has been increasingly embraced by white supremacists.
So, Mr. Daniel, you may or may not know, but your company's advertisement prominently displays iconography associated with white supremacist movements. You can also find it in this other photo that I will be pulling up right now. Right there from January 6th, you can see the fall knot right there on this gentleman's chest. Mr. Daniel, yes or no, Are you aware that your advertising department uses imagery affiliated with white supremacist movements in its marketing materials?
No, ma'am, I don't
Okay,
think
no,
we do.
reclaiming my time. Thank you. I apologize. I just have to move a bit quick.
So
Stunning.
that is better than anything you're going to see on the Sunday morning chat shows. That's better than anything you're going to see on MSNBC, CNN. That is Marty Daniel, the CEO of Daniel Defense. He makes the AR-15 that was used, I think, in Uvalde. Under oath. That's real news.
It is real news.
And so you turn on the television. If you're lucky, some pundit references that. I don't think they would. That's real news. And by not showing AOC grilling this guy, you create the illusion that she's a lightweight by not showing it. You create the illusion that nothing's getting done in Washington, D.C., that they're all a bunch of airheads. And so people turn to spectacle like Alex Jones because they're not getting real news. Makes me really angry.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look at when you have things like what Dr. Lin talked about earlier tonight, I have seen some coverage of this, what it certainly has all the indicators of being fraud, but I haven't seen one word on any network about this. And this has been kind of in the news for the last 3 days. I've seen no coverage of it. It goes back to this issue. If we only talk about the same things every hour, use the same footage, and have the same people on, you're not going to get much of a diversity of thought, opinion, or facts. As you know, if somebody wanted to be a pundit after seeing this, a good journalist would go after Daniel and say, you said you weren't sure these were your ads, but they are. So now are you going to stop using that kind of iconography? But where is that? I mean, it's not just on television. There's no mileage in getting that you get from doing that as a print journalist anymore.
You're not allowed to ask the tough questions as a print journalist, or you could be. First of all, you can't get access to Marty Daniel. You have to call him up on the Hill.
Correct.
If real journalists should be in those hearings, covering what's going on in government. You know, the federal government is a repository of the truth. There is nothing, the Congressional Budget Office, they are, all they do is research. And
that's right.
And you don't challenge the way the CBO scores a bill. If they say it's going to be, if they say it's the truth, it's the truth. It's the closest thing to God, as they say. The General Accounting Office, there's no gray area about the truth when the GAO looks into something. If you want to arrive at what the truth is, go to a hearing, watch people testify under oath, and they get grilled by the Republicans and they get grilled by the Democrats. And if they lie, they can be brought up on charges of perjury, although rarely does that happen. Journalists belong inside the Capitol listening to hearings. They belong inside these federal agencies, reading reports, meeting with the people who write these reports. The truth is out there. They're just not reporting the truth.
Not going to get an argument from me about that.
Well, I need.
But
if you don't argue with me, I'm not going to sell my
Yeah, I think I still have that bag of prepared meat hash somewhere. I'm hoping to discover it. Let me say one positive thing before because I know you've got to get moving here. I think that the Kansas abortion vote was extraordinarily important. At first, I wondered, how important is it? But the more you look at the polling data of who was voting, why were they getting so many new voters? So many of the new voters that came in that gave the overall turnout is now, I think, 46.7% of voters. Democrats had really nobody to vote for. That's why the Republicans and the anti-choice movement decided to do this during a primary. They said they didn't want the issue to get lost in the general election. What they really meant was, we know that Republicans have very competitive races here, and they're going to come out and vote. But the fact that this was overwhelmingly defeated means that Democrats, not just that they voted for it, they had to go out of their way to do it. There was nothing else for them to vote for. I think there was one competitive Democratic race. They came out, and if you look at the counties with suburban voters, the ones around Topeka, Overland Park, all these major cities in Kansas, the turnout was even better. It approached almost 50%. I think it was 55% in the Topeka and the suburbs. That means it's not going to have any effect on what happens in the Senate race in Kansas, because Moran, who most people have never even heard of, is going to just sail through. But it does matter if this is a pattern of suburban voters in and around Philadelphia and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Pittsburgh. The same in Ohio, the same in North Carolina and Wisconsin. If this kind of turnout exists, then you will get exactly what your Friday newsletter suggested. We will pick up 3 or more Democrats in the Senate.
Right.
Yeah.
And they may somehow, there is a murmur that Pelosi, they may keep the House, although it's weighted against them.
Right.
There could be an abortion wave.
Yep.
You know. Well, thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Always great when Dr. Lynn is here. I asked too many questions.
No. I keep saying, it's your show.
Yeah,
David.
but see if she'll come back.
I think she might.
Good.
But we're moving, so we got a lot of packing to do.
When do you leave?
Sometime in September.
You
maybe as early as Labor Day weekend.
You're leaving the country. You said if Donald Trump gets elected president in 2016, you were moving out.
Yeah, to New Zealand.
Moving to New Zealand.
Yeah.
Your Teal. You're moving out. You're just a little slow at it.
Absolutely.
You're in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, Washington. I want representation and I want a backyard. And by moving to Massachusetts, I will get both. We will get both. And we will be with our 3 delightful grandchildren.
That I'm against.
Yeah, I know you are.
I think they're unnecessary distraction.
Don't worry, I'll still keep coming on the show.
You better.
I will.
So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Reverend Barry W. Lynn. By the way, before you go.
Yes.
Do you ever get angry? Do you ever have you ever?
I can hear Joanne is laughing at that question. Of course I get angry.
I did a horrible thing yesterday. I was a bully. I didn't yell at somebody at a call center, but I screamed, "God damn it," at the top of my lungs. And do you ever do that? Scream on the phone?
Yes, but usually it is to someone on a cable company. Cable company drives me insane. But I don't. I mean, the call center people. I don't know. Maybe this is the only thing they can do, or the only job they can get. And I don't care if they're calling here or if you're talking to someone in India or Pakistan. I mean,
it's wrong.
It's not wrong for them to try to do their job, but to take it out on them. Yes, it is. But I'll forgive you in the same way that I forgive myself. But my real anger is not directed at call center people, or it's just the annoying people who call with the same question, the same pitch, no matter how many times you try to get off, you get on the do not call list, it never works. It never works.
By the way, I'm looking at my comedy career. I must be on a do not call list in Hollywood. I feel really bad. I didn't say anything bad to the person on the other end of the phone. I just screamed, God damn it, like at the top of my lungs. I feel really bad when I did that.
Now, were you looking for forgiveness for blasphemy from me, or what?
No, I'm just. Well, Reverend, thank you.
Thank you. Talk to you next week.
Stay out of trouble.
Only good trouble.
Thank you for bringing the doctor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. It is time now for the professors and Mary Ann, and I think we have a full house here. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. Where is everybody? Hello. Hang on. There you are. There is Professor Adnan Hussein. There is Professor Ann Lee. There is Professor Jonathan Bick. There is Professor Mary Ann Cummings. Thank you. Let's quickly go to Joe in Norway, but Joe in Norway is in Spain.
Spanish edition.
Joe in Norway is in Spain today.
I'm flying out. I thought I'd do a few traditional Spanish dishes while I'm here for everybody. This is a nice one. Fideuà con verduras. That's noodle paella with vegetables. So I'll be making oyster, mushroom, garlic, onion, and asparagus in a kind of tomato saffron sauce.
Wow.
It's like fancy macaroni.
We'll be watching, and if the cooking makes you hungry, and it always makes me hungry, go to rahima.org, RAHIMA, rahima.org, and donate. Rahima.org is a charity that was set up by Professor Adnan Hussein's parents. They provide food, healthy food, for refugees who made it to America. And it's in the Bay Area. And go to rahima.org, you'll see the beans, the rice, the yogurt, the healthy food it's a great cause. So it's a great way to thank Professor Adnan Hussein. Professor Bick, do we have anything we want to report about office hours and hours? Or should we wait on that? Professor Bick. Professor Jonathan Bick.
Hi, David. Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, it's up to you. I could talk about it now.
Yeah, we have a member of our community who has a medical emergency. And go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, and we've started a PayPal fundraising site for them, and they are in urgent need of funds because of this medical problem, and it is a beloved member of our community. And I'm putting the link in the Zoom chat. Perhaps someone could put that in the YouTube chat as well. I'm happy to report, although we have started it last night, we are already 50% toward our goal.
Really?
Yes. We have a wonderful community here, very supportive. I'm really touched by the outpouring of generosity that's
And when
been
you say
expressed.
50% of the goal, are you including my 30% service charge that I take off the top?
Oh, you lowered it. Originally it was 80%.
Oh, what am I, a monster?
I'm not going to comment on that, but I mean, look what you did to that poor Filipino telemarketer or customer service agent, David.
So we're halfway there.
Yes, and yeah, that 100% of the money, besides the PayPal fee, which is like 2%, will go to this person who is in need, and so yeah, nobody's getting any cut or anything from this. It's going directly to the person. We're trying to round it up by the end of the weekend, if that's possible. So if you're able to donate, please do so. The link is in the chat, and really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Great work. We that's great. Well, let's start with Professor Ann Lee. What would you like to talk about?
Well, there's plenty to talk about. I'm glad that you started talking about Alex Jones, although I did have something slightly related to that that you mentioned in your opening. What is interesting to me is, and I'm writing something on this over Daily Kos.
You can read Professor Lee at the Daily Kos under the name Annie Lee. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I just came across it. It's sort of an interesting confluence of there's a film that's coming out, but that got bumped by the new Barbie project, Ken and Barbie, as in Mattel, and which is hysterical in its own bizarreness. But it got bumped forward in time, and it's a Coyote versus Acme. Some of you may have heard of this project. It is a one of those live action and animation or CGI combined thing, kind of like a Roger Rabbit. The premise, of course, is the continuing trope that Wile E. Coyote and the cartoon character, Warner Brothers cartoon character, attempts to always kill and eat the Roadrunner and fails. He's sort of a classic example of a problem in falsifiability and the scientific method in some ways. He doesn't iterate very well. You know, he doesn't repeat his experiments. and also that I think he has a very deep deficit or deep pockets or something. He's running a tab with the military industrial complex, the Acme Corporation. And so essentially the premise of the film is that, you know, he's suing, and this relates to Alex Jones in the sense that Coyote is suing Acme because their products always fail on him. And so it's a tort, you know, he's suing them for, poor products. It's a Nader thing, you know. It's a thing that Ralph would do. So I thought that that's an interesting project. But what got me there was one of the military, because I write a little thing that comes out at midnight every in Eastern time on the Ukraine war, and so I look at some military blogs and the reputable ones, not all the disinformation. I try and wade through all the disinformation and Ukraine, Russia stuff. And one of them, a very reputable site, had a report by a guy who is a former Marine military officer who was stationed in Afghanistan. And he noticed, once he sort of figured it out, it's a typical intel officer thing, he found out exactly where Al-Azrawi, I know I've butchered it, Adnan, you can correct me.
Zarahi.
Right. Anyway, he got whacked and in Kabul, and the Marine officer was saying, well, you know, this is, he lived in the apartment that you know, our favorite terrorists got whacked in. So it's like he knew where the building was. He knew, you know, you could tell. There's actually images of him on the Al-Azrawi on the roof. And anyway, so he knew where the building was, and then he sort of stitched together an entire set of stories about, well, why was it in this particular building? And he sort of went through the provenance of the building. You know, those probably built with opium money, and you know, the Taliban, you know, was sort of reinstalled him in the building. And the background against this, of course, is as David was mentioning, that the CIA, rather than the military, you know, executed him or performed the assassination because they had a sense of his schedule. And if you've watched Zero Dark 30, you get this sense of they spend an incredible amount of time trying to, you know, perform these kinds of extrajudicial assassinations up to and including the point of they actually built a little model of the apartment building. They put it in a little box with a handle on the top. It's really cute. They brought it to Biden in a little box with a little handle. I find the, well, it was, you know, I mean, if you watch Zero Dark 30, there's this huge, you know, architectural model of the compound that Bin Laden was killed in. Well, I think they didn't need quite so elaborate a model, but they did bring it in a kind of miniature form that was portable, that they didn't have Biden go over to the Pentagon or wherever this, out to Langley. So anyway, the point is that the guy gets killed. The Marine who identifies where the building is spins this little story, and that he sort of imagined why, and I don't think that's really quite true, but he sort of speculated that the guys who invented the weapon, it's called the RX-9 Hellfire missile. It's a standard Hellfire missile. It's been around for decades, and it's used either from airplanes or now drones. It's sort of the weapon of choice to assassinate people, because they've already knocked off al-Baghdadi was, I think, killed with one of these, or well, there's some other guy. They've already killed two people ISIS? With this weapon.
Al-Baghdadi, was he ISIS?
Yeah, I think so. Well, no. God, what is it? Yes, ISIS. That the point being, of course, that it's only used for these kinds of weird purposes, and the difference between this weapon and other weapons is that, and the Marine officer was saying, well, you know, these guys must have gotten really high and thought about, why don't we drop an anvil on them? And so this is kind of an Acme anvil. It has no explosives. It has 6 blades that pop out just before it hits. And so it essentially slices up and the analogy they use is Ginsu knives, and it just, wherever it hits, it just slices whatever is, and it's so accurate that it gets fairly close and then slices the person up. So anyway, he speculated that it was kind of this Mortar Brothers Acme anvil thing. And so I thought, well, okay, let's look into this a little further. So it does appear that that's the weapon that they used. And so he spun this little story about that he knew where the building was. He knew how it hit. He thought about, well, why did they pick this particular weapon? And the CIA figured out his schedule. So he has dinner. He goes out, as he usually does, to the balcony and gets, and it hits him. Anyway, I thought that was just amusing that it sort of intersected Coyote Acme, the military industrial complex, Kabul, and sort of the cartoon character that is Alex Jones, and suing people for tort judgments. Anyway, it's a long way to get there, but I found it quite fascinating.
It's amazing, and they're able to sue Alex Jones, but not the manufacturer of the AR-15.
Yes, exactly. It's exactly like a gun trying to sue gun manufacturers.
Right. Professor Hussein, we touched on Ayman al-Zawahiri. I think I taught you how to pronounce his last name.
I'm very grateful for that. It's been so useful in my conversations this week, impressing people with my knowledge of the Middle East. So thanks. Yeah.
The way you say it is a little pretentious with the way you pronounce it. So, how is it? How do you pronounce his last name?
Well, his name is Ayman al-Zawahiri. Zawahiri.
It's Dr. al-Zawahiri.
Yes, that's true. Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri.
He's a healer. He's an ophthalmologist. What do we know about his involvement in 9/11? Some say that he played little to no role in 9/11.
Well, I haven't read that much about the sort of inner workings for that operation, just broadly. However, there were rivalries and, between different leaders and so on in this organization. But overall, in general, one would say that Ayman al-Zawahiri was the more strategic thinker, whereas Osama bin Laden was something more like the charismatic frontman for the organization. So when it comes to nuts and bolts and planning and strategic operations, people tended to think that was Ayman al-Zawahiri's forte. And so, I would imagine that he was pretty involved.
Was he involved in the assassination of Anwar Sadat? Didn't he do time for?
Yeah, he was part of an organization, Islamic Jihad, that was responsible for a number of rather spectacular attacks and assassinations. And he himself comes from a very prominent family, really, you could say.
There was a surgeon, and ironically, he died from a surgical strike.
Yes, indeed. I don't know if they fired until they saw the whites of his eyes, but he was, as you pointed out, an ophthalmologist, and many of the doctors that we're familiar with, like Assad, also an ophthalmologist. I think what I find interesting about all of this is he's somehow managed to evade capture for so long, maybe had become somewhat irrelevant with the rise of other organizations operating, in Syria and Iraq as a result of the US invasion and occupation of Iraq. And also how little response I think there has been in the media and more broadly in the culture to this announcement. I don't know if this announcement, apparently there's been the possibility that he could have been targeted much earlier and that his whereabouts may have been known for quite some time. So it raises the question, what's the purpose really of announcing this now? If it was to re-energize U.S. involvement in Afghanistan, or at least establish preconditions for greater U.S. engagement again after the withdrawal from last year, or to distract from poor performance of the administration on a variety of domestic fronts. I don't think it's done that. I don't think there's been a lot of acclaim for this in the same way that the assassination of Osama bin Laden was a big ticket kind of news item. So I don't think this is really all that significant ultimately, and I don't think people have been thinking that it's all that significant either. There's so many other issues that are going on, like concern about U.S. ramping up tensions, with Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and subsequent military exercises by China in response to it. I think also the important and significant news about the vote in Kansas. I mean, there's just so many other things that people are concerned with that I think that would have been a decade or a decade and a half ago would have been such massive news. It shows how far the world has moved on from what I would think of in some ways is the failures of the global war on terrorism, that now we've already digested how failed that entire 15, 20-year kind of campaign was, its destructive consequences for the world, that I don't think there's a lot of life in trying to re-energize this by portraying Al-Qaeda, from figures who people only vaguely heard about and can hardly pronounce their names, no criticism for members of our show, from 15, 20 years ago. I just don't think it's relevant to people now.
It would be like killing Tojo in 1961 for Pearl Harbor. I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that seems, interestingly enough, I mean, I think the Israelis did a much better job, for example, like Eichmann in Jerusalem. Eichmann in Jerusalem, like that, they actually staged and managed to create a lot of world attention. Hannah Arendt goes out to cover it, writes this brilliant book. I mean, that seemed to be at a
trial. They didn't.
Yeah, they put. That's the important point. Is that the way to, if you really want to have some kind of reckoning, with these figures, it always was the case, from my perspective, that they should have been apprehended in a police operation, made to answer for their crimes in a trial in front of the world. But you know what? I think the United States would have been a little nervous about all of the connections that might have come out about how many of these people had worked with the United States at previous periods, and that why, the question would have been, well, why have they turned against the U.S. now? And then that might have brought out uncomfortable questions about U.S. policies in Israel-Palestine, the first Gulf War, and the unremitting regime of sanctions that killed 500,000 Iraqi children. None of this would have been comfortable if you offered, these vicious and terrible people a stage to also point out how the conditions they were responding to were created by U.S. foreign policy.
And the friendship between the bin Ladens and the Bushes, which we have gone over.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Professor Jonathan Bick or Professor Marianne Cummings, would you like to add anything to this?
Well, I'd like to add, I guess I'm an old-fashioned guy. I kind of like trials for people that are accused of doing crimes. Certainly, we could have apprehended bin Laden. We could have apprehended this guy. Yeah. But I think, Adnan hit it on the head when he said that it would be embarrassing to have a trial and to have facts come out. about the U.S. government's connection with these people and how they were once allies. You know, that's very inconvenient for the government, and the idea that, you know, we are out promoting democracy and the rule of law around the world. So it's just much easier to kill somebody, just assassinate them.
Not to mention our ally Saudi Arabia and the role they played in all this. Professor Lee.
Oh, look, I just have to take issue with Professor Hussein on one point. The war on terror wasn't a failure. In some ways, it was a resounding success for a few people, notably the PNAC crowd and the neocons that seem to be firmly ensconced in our State Department right now. I mean, they've even got liberals signing off on unconstitutional massive surveillance. They've got liberals calling for the jailing and silencing of journalists. We sent the whistleblowers to jail, people like John Karaku, who basically unveiled that we were in fact doing torture. Did we prosecute the people who were actually doing the torture? Of course not. But he spent time in prison. And all of this has just been kind of normalized to the extent that, even somebody who was a liberal icon for a while, like Barack Obama, could, the National Defense Authorization, I think of 2012, basically negated habeas corpus. The president can deem somebody a threat to the country. They could be rounded up and held without charge, without representation. You know, that nobody's rescinded that. The next year, there was some law that I think came out of the church committee era, where we were not allowed, the government was not allowed, specifically our intelligence agencies were not allowed to use propaganda on the domestic population.
Oh, I thought they also not allowed to assassinate foreign leaders. That also.
Did we ever say that we're like allowed, that we're never supposed to do that? But we're certainly not supposed to assassinate American citizens without trial.
Right.
And there was, I think Obama killed his son, this one American's son, or failed to kill an American. The name escapes me right now, but they killed his son, and then Trump killed the guy and his young daughter, who was an American citizen who I think was a member of Al-Qaeda or associated with Al-Qaeda. I mean, that kind of thing.
Didn't they justified killing the son because we've just turned him into a terrorist. I remember.
Yeah, he's a young teenager. So, he was a couple of years away from being,
better kill him because he's
amazing what people have just gotten used to. And it's been horrible. I mean, it's been the defense budget is growing, the national surveillance state is growing, and we don't have a single person in Congress who speaks out about that. Maybe occasionally Rand Paul does, but he's a wuss, Ron Paul, his dad, used to speak out a little more forcefully about these things. But, I just hear silence even from the progressives on these issues now.
Professor Ann Lee, every midnight you do a report on Ukraine. Where can we read it, and how is it going? Who is winning this thing?
No one's winning right now. I think I think we're all losing in that sense. I would say that without being too much of a determinist, the economics are going to win eventually. I think that there's a counteroffensive that may be starting in Kherson. The Russians have tried to do a counterattack to delay that by attacking Kharkiv again. They're launching, Belarus is still launching missiles into Ukraine. And then there's the current issue, which is kind of percolating, and I don't know if it's really achieved mainstream media effect, but it's irritating a lot of people, and that Amnesty International is reporting that there are atrocities being created on both sides, so that it is reporting on Ukrainian atrocities, which the Ukrainians don't like to cop to, and the Russian atrocities are pretty obvious, and there've been some really egregiously strange ones that have been more recent. So in terms of warfare and the alignment of forces is pretty even, with all due respect. What Russia is, I think, having trouble with is recruiting people, and they're now beginning to, at least the current reporting is that they're conscripting people from the local populations to fill out some of their military forces. There is some speculation that they're running out of missiles. That's not very clear. Also, that even though grain is being exported, a lot more grain is being stolen or diverted by the Russians. So there's a lot going on.
Right.
But ultimately, it's going to be economic relative to the pipelines that Ukraine has that go through Ukraine, and that Russia has going elsewhere to Western Europe.
Professor Jonathan Bick, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I'd like to give you an update on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay.
And the influence that Senator Kyrsten Sinema is having on that, as well as Joe Manchin. So the Senate Democrats are working to finalize this legislation, which is going to be passed, hopefully, as a reconciliation package. Reconciliation is a exception to the filibuster. So they need 50 votes in the Senate, the Democrats, to pass it. She is demanding removal of language that takes aim at a tax loophole that almost exclusively benefits rich private equity investors and billionaire hedge fund managers. This is known as the carried interest exception. So instead of paying what is the top tax rate now of 37%, which is already obscenely low for people that make millions and millions of dollars a year, they pay 20% because of this exception in the tax code. Politico reported Wednesday that the Arizona Democrat Sinema, a major recipient of private equity campaign cash, wants to nix language narrowing the so-called carried interest loophole, which allows ultra-wealthy executives to pay a lower tax rate than ordinary employees. So notice the language there. Language that narrows the so-called carried interest loophole. It is not to eliminate it. So the Democrats couldn't even get it, enough gumption to get together to remove this exception altogether. What they're doing is, I think they're making these hedge fund managers hold the money for a longer period of time before it qualifies for this 20% tax bracket. So, but she's against even that. And she's also demanding $5 billion in drought resiliency funding be added to the legislation, because, of course, Arizona is running out of water with the drought in the western United States that is happening. I don't exactly know what drought resiliency would consist of, but I would say give that to her, but I wouldn't change the carried loophole change. It would, if it was intact and stayed in this legislation, it would raise an estimated $14 billion in federal revenue over a decade. And Joe Manchin is saying that he's adamant that it stays in there. Last August, Cinema held a high-dollar fundraiser at the winery owned by a private equity mogul named Bill Price. So she's received over $2 million since she took office in 2017 from Wall Street. And Robert Reich, who noted that, says it looks like, you know, Wall Street's getting a huge return on their investment. And then we have the Manchin so-called side deal, which is part of this Inflation Reduction Act, that a number of climate organizations came out today and expressed concern about, because it would accelerate approval of fossil fuel projects, probably including a fracked gas pipeline running through West Virginia. And on yesterday, Bloomberg obtained a copy of draft legislation language that's been circulating among lawmakers and lobbyists. The document is watermarked draft API. API stands for American Petroleum Institute. An influential oil and gas lobbying group. Bloomberg noted that API has had discussions with Manchin's staff about the permitting overhaul, and the July 19 date of the document lines up with those discussions. The organization's senior vice president of policy, economics, and regulatory affairs said in an interview. Food and Water Watch summarized in a press release today, after reviewing the draft proposal, quote, "It aims to fast-track a variety of environmental and public safety reviews for major infrastructure projects and requires the president to create a list of at least 25 projects deemed to be of strategic national importance that would be subject to review. The project list would be updated every 6 months, which dubbed the Food and Water Watch called this proposal a climate disaster. It said that the draft requires at least 5 of the priority items shall be projects to produce, process, transport, or store fossil fuel products or biofuels, including projects to export or import those products. 2 of the priority projects would be devoted to capture, transport, or store carbon dioxide, which may include the utilization of captured or displaced carbon dioxide emissions. This fossil fuel prioritization continues well past 2030, requiring at least 3 projects to be fossil fuel oriented, while allowing greater discretion to add more to the priority list. So according to Food and Water Watch, any future White House that seeks to do special favors for the fossil fuel industry would have broad executive authority to do that. So that's what's in this draft legislation that Manchin has insisted be part of the Inflation Reduction Act, which does provide money for renewables. It does add additional funding to the IRS, which would greatly increase tax revenues, and et cetera. But you know, this is kind of like trying to solve the environmental crisis, you know, if you compare it to the world being on fire, by saying, okay, you can have a bucket of water to throw on the fire, but you also have to throw this bucket of gasoline on it.
That's great. That's great.
Good.
That's great.
That's a good analogy.
That's brilliant. Well, let me play the role of the lefty from way back. It reminds me of how I felt when Obama was president. It's something. I mean, what you're up against, aren't we? Is it better than nothing?
I think it probably is, but I don't know if enough time has been allowed for analysis of exactly, and it hasn't been finalized. So,
Bernie wants provisions about daycare and homelessness and student debt. He doesn't like the bill yet.
No, yeah, I mean,
it used to be his bill.
I think it shows that any legislation that the Congress supports, that actually votes for and passes, must contain giveaways to large moneyed interests, be they corporations or extremely wealthy individuals. That it's not possible in the United States to get legislation that is aimed to help the majority of Americans and to accomplish a purpose as important as addressing climate change. I mean, that crystallizes the state of the American political system and how compromised it is.
What if we run?
Well, it certainly shows a lack of leadership at the top. You know, a president with a vision and, you know, a capacity to care for the world and the people enough to be able to strong arm some people and make very, not even judicious use, make blatant use of, you know, executive orders, and then force people to explain how we can't deal with climate change or give people health care or, you know, this is not a hard thing. And besides which, you know, I was very amused to find out that Menendez, this guy who should have been jailed from New Jersey, was, he's now chiming in, or he chimed in. He wants the SALT deduction cap raised. You know, basically there's a cap on how much you can deduct for state and local taxes. And that overwhelmingly benefits the higher income people because they have bigger houses, they pay more real estate tax and state tax and so on. So, you know, it's not that I think it's completely unimportant, but man, I'm less enthusiastic about a Democratic majority because, you know, Menendez and then Mark Warner are going to want their day in the sun too. You know, they'll get to be the deciding votes, even if you've got Manchin kind of quelled to the side. So it's, you know, you've got to get a quality of person in there. More Democrats isn't going to help. And I guess I wanted to say a couple of things about the election we just had. Yeah, that was a very important bill. That was a very important issue that passed in Kansas. I agree. And I think you're going to see a lot of things that are not lining up perfectly with, you know, Republican Democrat, because certainly the women in the managerial class, by and large, regardless of party, you know, they want their rights. I mean, there may be some like extremely religious right wingers, but, you know, it's pretty much people, it's a class thing. But it's mostly been disappointment Tuesday night. You know, I think you probably talked about Andy Levin being defeated. But it looks like a couple of other people did not prevail. One of them was our friend Howie Klein was a big proponent of, was Lucas Kunz in Missouri. And he got defeated by a self-funding billionaire, and I think whose Emily's list went for. But anyway, it doesn't matter because it's like he could have probably taken on Lucas Kunz was a very cool guy, a former military guy, very populist, very much in the Bernie vein, and probably could have taken on the Republican in Missouri, with kind of a populist agenda. But we've got basically somebody who is going to be servicing the oligarchy in there. And Jason Call, it's still a very close race up in Washington State. This is a jungle primary. So he is third, close third behind one of the Republican challenger. This is Rick Larson, who Howie Klein detests, is the incumbent Democrat, one of these basic Republicans that just seem to last forever in these highly blue districts. But they only have 58% of the vote counted. This is like 2 days after election. I do not know why Washington can't count their votes, but they don't have the numbers up yet. So we still have our fingers crossed. However, there was a little bit of good news. Do you remember that young man, African-American man from southwestern Michigan, Chokwe Pitchford? He ran for state rep. He was, somebody that Howie Klein was boosting at that time. He'd been on the show.
He's been on the show.
He ran in the primary for county board, Berrien County, and he won. And it looks like particularly the three townships that comprise his district on the county board might swing blue enough for him to actually beat the Republican challenge. I don't think there was a Republican running. I think there was a write-in. So he might actually have a very good chance of being on the county board. And that's important. Rachel Ventura, who we've had on the show, is currently on the Will County board. And it's one of those things that people don't think to run for. It's like between a full-time position and some position like me, like Park District Board or School Board. It's usually, in most cases, a part-time job, and everything else that cities or townships do not, deal with, the county deals with. And that is, I think a lot of the former Bernie people found out that was a great way of getting into local government, because people aren't really paying as much attention to county board races. And so several on Will County board here in Illinois got in. The Democratic Party went to war against them, but Rachel's still standing. So, I was glad to see, and Pitchford is still a very young guy. I think he's still only like 22. So, and he had a great Facebook video up, and I think that, this is the kind of way we win for this guy. So
that's
anyway.
Good.
But I was going to say about going back to your statement about Obama, I really had a lot of hope too. I mean, I blame myself. I wanted to believe this guy, but there was a guy that I had been in frequent online communication with, Glenn Ford. He did Black Agenda Report. He died last year, but he was the editor of Black Agenda Report. But before that, the Black Commentator. We got into a big fight over Wesley Clark, but nonetheless, he was interviewed by, he was on the Majority Report. Sam Cedar was interviewing him in 2012. And a lot of lefties were pretty disappointed. And so Sam asked him, well, so are you somebody that rejects the lesser of two evils argument? And he goes, I don't think, between him and Romney, Obama and Romney, he says, I don't regard Obama as the lesser of two evils. I think he's the way more effective evil. And at the time, I kind of got it, but I still voted for Obama anyway, hoping against hope that, okay, this time for sure he isn't running for anything else after that. Nope. So, I think it's important to get a few good people in, but to give any energy to this party, above and beyond that, I mean, it's got to be direct action. I mean, we've got to be forcing people from the outside. We made Manchin, or people made Manchin uncomfortable enough that, you know, he started whining about, you know, how horrible it was to confront, you know, actual constituents protesting outside of his yacht. So, I mean, we've got to make these people uncomfortable. And unfortunately, the Tea Party had the right idea, even though they were corporate backed, but the idea you make life hell for like poor John Boehner, and he had so much he had to quit. The whole point of the Justice Democrats was to do that. That was Kyle Kulinski explicitly stated. He wanted to have like a version of the Tea Party on the left. And you have people who get in there and they make life hell for Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. And those people haven't done it at all. They've been just so accommodating of Democratic leadership. You could almost call them the, you know, the progressive PR wing of the Democratic Party leadership. But that just means you have to keep recruiting people who will be disruptive and who won't be worrying about a career. So.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I caught a little bit of Dr. Lynn's segment about the Alzheimer's. I want to read the entire thing because, you know, I think the financialization of our armed services have made the military just kind of this bloated entity that really hasn't won any significant wars since like World War II, at least not against, you know, a peer type of army. And the same thing for our pharmaceutical and medical sciences. I mean, all of the universities, their departments in anything having to do with biology, genetics, pharmaceuticals, a good chunk of their time is spent, you know, writing up patents for intellectual property law or intellectual property. And it's like, so we've just got this, what Matt Taibbi called the vampire squid. We've got that over our whole our R&D in pharmaceutical, most of which is not going on in the pharmaceutical companies. Most of the heavy lifting is still being done in universities and in national labs, but they are highly encouraged to commercialize all this stuff. So, you know, so it's not a matter of just scientific, you know, a peer review, a preponderance of opinion. It's like, wow, there's a whole big pile of money and the department's, you know, future for the next 10 years. Whereas I've yet to see somebody like approach me to like, you know, adjust my measurements for the value of the top quark mass or something. Nobody's done it. Right. I mean, I'm not saying I'm better than any of these other people. I'm just saying nobody's ever approached me. Nobody's ever going to try to like, you know, give me money to fudge results. We're just not that, you know, commercializable, I guess.
I don't mean to be rude, but
anyway.
Thank you. Professor Hussein, what would you like to talk about?
Oh, well, we talked about some of what I was interested in. I briefly mentioned the Kansas vote, and of course, also about 9, maybe 10 months ago, we had Michael Clare as a guest on my Monday segment to talk about the Committee for a Sane U.S.-China Policy. And I'm, of course, very much reminded by his work that clearly has a lot of challenges ahead because in the intervening time, very little has been done to introduce a sane U.S.-China policy in this country. And they put out a statement about Nancy Pelosi's appearance in Taiwan, about increasing tensions and discouraging her from making that visit, or at least delaying it until later. And I would just like to remind listeners, since I know time is short and we have Minsky and Kay on the horizon to go and check out saneuschinapolicy.org, sign the petitions, stay engaged and involved. I think, we're seeing some disastrous decisions being made, I think, by the U.S. foreign policy establishment in this administration, not only to exacerbate. I think actually what I would say about this is that I think despite a lot of the characterizations in the media, China has actually tried to play this in a somewhat restrained manner. Russia has been eager for China to be much more involved, much more aggressive, and engaged in supporting Russia's positions, in abandoning the US dollar as the currency. They've been floating all kinds of proposals to try and accelerate the process of a multipolar kind of system and the end of, US dominance by encouraging China to take various measures. And they've been resisting getting drawn completely into this. I think a sane US-China policy would have observed and understood and recognized this and restrained Nancy Pelosi from, making this ill-advised move, and also would not be, it seems like, trying to lure China into overreaction and use the overreaction, so-called, of China, while forgetting any of the provocations, the numerous provocations that have been taking place by U.S. action in the South China Sea, by, government officials, belligerent and bellicose statements being made by Defense, Department figures, Anthony Blinken, etc. All of that is being completely forgotten, and we're being told that China is overreacting to Nancy Pelosi's visit, and that this is the danger, that China is overreacting, sort of to lure, China into creating the conditions for U.S. to continue ramping up, as if it needs an excuse, but it provides them with the kind of occasion to characterize China's actions as the ones that are unhinged and provocative and belligerent. I think this is just so dangerous. This is something I think we need to be talking about a lot.
Does China need this as well?
Well, I did read some interesting accounts of the political value that this might have to Xi Jinping domestically. He's going up for renewal, an unprecedented renewal of his premiership for another 5 years. They're having, the Chinese Communist Party convention kind of meeting is taking place now. So there is definitely an audience for demonstrating that he can respond to the U.S. in a strong fashion, and that there is also a lot of nationalist Chinese sentiment being expressed that goes far beyond what the government will do, is really encouraging China to just go ahead and absorb Taiwan now, So, there are these kinds of forces domestically, potentially as well, that have to be dealt with. And so, of course, in some ways, politically speaking, these kinds of polemical, competitive, belligerent situations help people consolidate to some extent, support internally by whipping up nationalist feeling. This is so dangerous. And, we need wiser heads to prevail here. And that's why this discussion about, well, Nancy Pelosi has every right to go to Taiwan and, to visit the government. And so, yes, no one is saying, it's not a question of rights, whether they have a right to do so. Is it wise? Is it reasonable? Does it, help promote peace? What are the responsibilities of, our elected officials? It is, to promote peace and prosperity. And instead, we're getting none of that. We're getting the exact opposite of that. And so I think I'm just very concerned and worried, which is why I had Michael Clare on here almost a year ago. And since that time, I've seen nothing to give me confidence that this message is coming across in, our Democratic administration. I mean, we heard terrible bellicose statements being made by, Secretary of State under Trump. I'm forgetting his name. Maybe somebody remember Pompeo. Exactly. I mean, you expect this from these extremists on the right, but we're seeing, something like the same kind of sort of aggressive policy, and that's why it seems that what Marianne was saying about the neocons having migrated basically to the Democratic Party. This is a real danger, is that they're now mainstream at the center of our policy making in the Democratic Party under the Biden administration.
When you go ahead, Professor Ann Lee, please.
I'll just make a brief point. It does seem like there's a lot of moving parts. However, if you pass the CHIPS Act, for example, on the other hand, you need to send China a message because they produce 50% of the world's specialized chips, that we're still engaged with them. It's sort of, it's a kind of strange bilateralism. On the other hand, there's still no discussion about relieving tariffs.
Right. The Trump tariffs.
The Trump tariffs, yes.
Trump thought China was going to pay for them. Biden knows that we pay for them, right? I was reading about Taiwan that if China were to launch an invasion, it would be an asymmetrical war that would last a long time. It would be, house-to-house combat. That's what you would think China would just be able to seize control, but it wouldn't be that easy. Is that true?
Well, there's a RAND report that says, I think it's a 2016 report that said, we have a window that we have superior military power up through about 2025, but after that, any attack that China makes, they'll win. So it's RAND, of course, so you sort of take it with a grain of salt. But and if you look at the exact tests, the areas that they sent to have military live fire tests were generally the same volume or areas that they had in the 90s in the last time they made a provocation this heavy. On the other hand, they decided they would show off, and I think they're showing off to Russia and not so much to us, but they sent 5 hypersonic missiles out there and as part of their test, and the landing areas circled the island of Taiwan, which is sort of interesting. But it's not an escalation. It's proportional. It's pretty much the same show that they did from a provocation they did in the 1990s.
Well, it's not like Pelosi has anything else to worry about. Thank you all. Professor Marianne Cummings, follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. Jonathan Bick, Professor Bick, we'll see you at office hours where you teach Star Trek and the Twilight Zone.
Yes, and David, I'm putting the link in the chat once again for people who'd like to contribute to help a member of our community who's facing a medical emergency.
Yes. Thank you for doing that. I'll put the link in the show description for people who are listening to this as a podcast. And Professor Ann Lee will read you over at the Daily Kos. Annie Lee, and how do we read your nightly Ukraine report?
It comes up at about 5 minutes after midnight Eastern time. It'll probably be in the community section. It'll be there.
Great. Over at the Daily Kos. Professor Adnan Hussein, when is Noam Chomsky on Guerrilla History?
Well, that should come out probably around the middle of the month. Look for it around August 15th about The Withdrawal, his new book with Vijay Prashad. Both of them joined us on Guerrilla History: The Withdrawal, Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, and the Fragility of U.S. Power. So look for that on Guerrilla History.
And the Mujlis podcast?
Yeah, the Mujlis podcast I'm recording this week. And so look in about a week, Mohammed Abdu, my former PhD student, will talk about his new book with Pluto Press, Islam and Anarchism, Relationships and Resonances. Should be a really interesting conversation. Also look out this month for our new series on Guerrilla History, probably about a 10-part series over the next couple of months on sanctions as war. We'll be talking about sanctions regimes and then looking at various case studies, Iraq, Cuba, Serbia, many others. So should be interesting.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Professor Harvey J. Kaye, the author of The British Marxist Historians, is about to join us. But we would be remiss if we didn't go to Joe in Norway in Spain. Joe in Norway in Spain.
Yes, so I've prepared.
The presentation is amazing, or should I say, presentación.
Muy bien, muy bien. So what I made. So what I've made is a dish called fideuà con verduras, noodle paella with vegetables. So it's macaroni that I've used oyster mushrooms in place of chicken. So that's a nice swap out to make it all vegan. And I roast the mushrooms first, set them to the side, saute onion and garlic, sofrito, saffron, paprika, and then wine and stock. And then you reduce it until it gets crispy. And I added some asparagus on the top and a little decoration, extra olive oil. I also made a little potato salad for this afternoon. And I sliced up some melon. And I just noticed in our host's cupboard, they had salt with lavender. So it's okay to season your melon. It's very tasty. And a little handy tip: if you don't want to cut all of your melon up, cut it in half and then put it like that on a plate, and it'll keep it there too, depending on your temperature in the room.
Fantastic. Thank you. And we'll see you at office.
You're welcome.
Office.
Yes, indeed.
24 hours of office hours. If you would like to come, go to my website, just hit office hours or sign up for my newsletter. It always includes an invitation. And Dave in PA is picking up the ASMR for the eyes. There's Chad. What are you going to be making today? It's good to see you.
Hi, David. Good to see you all. I'm going to a wedding this weekend, and I thought I'd make a pair of cherry wine glasses, similar to this size.
What do you mean?
I'm going to make, as a wedding gift, I'm going to make out of cherry wood, a block of wood, thus make two glasses, obviously not glass, but that shape. I'll bore out the center. I wouldn't drink water out of them, but they'll look good. Just as a little wedding gift.
We have breaking news. Professor
Yes.
Jonathan Bick.
Yeah, I just wanted to announce, since I just talked about this, that Senator Kyrsten Sinema, a key holdout on Democrats' climate and tax package, said she would agree to move forward, but in order to win her vote, Democratic leaders agreed to drop a $14 billion tax increase on some of the wealthiest hedge fund managers and private equity executives that she had opposed. So they will not make that tweak to the carried interest loophole deduction. They weren't even going to get rid of it. They were just going to adjust it so it would generate more income. But That's out. But it looks like this package is going to move forward.
He's fast tracking it. That's breaking news. Thank you, Jonathan Bick, in the newsroom. Now with weather and traffic, Dave and PA will be watching you and Chad. Stay safe.
Awesome. Thank you.
Alan Minsky is the author of Professor Harvey J. Kaye is the author of The British Marxist Historians. His first book is being reissued. And I don't know if you spoke to Grace yet. Did Grace contact you? We had
Contact me?
Yeah. And Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. And we're going to obviously talk about the elections this week and next week. Grace had an idea to interview you for this show, do it going chapter by chapter. Would you be
Who's Grace?
Grace Jackson?
I apologize. I don't know who that is.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about, maybe this is the wrong time to bring it up. But she's a national treasure. Unfortunately, she lives in Great Britain, but we love Grace. Let's talk about what happened Tuesday and your take on what you saw and where you think this country's going.
I think we should have British Marxist playing cards. British Marxist historian playing cards.
I'll propose that to the publishers.
You know, it's
I have a feeling that in America they would use those playing cards kind of the way George W. Bush had playing cards for the leadership in Iraq.
You know, Adnan, who I almost always agree with on everything, said something that I think is a little bit historically inaccurate, which is that the oddity of having neocons in the Democratic Party. And I think, you know, Paul Wolfowitz came out of the Scoop Jackson's office and was a Democrat. And then a number of the neocons were, of course, formerly Marxists. So there's that. So we can mix it in with neocon playing cards too.
Right.
Should I help fill out what Alan just said?
Yes.
So it all goes, in some ways, the whole neocon thing traces back to actually the 1930s at City College and other places around New York.
Right.
And, you know, there was a split between the communists and the Trotskyists at the time.
They're Trotskyists, right.
And Irving Kristol was a Trotskyist, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a sort of steady move to the right. Somehow he seemed to sort of slide right through liberalism. And in the early 1970s, he published a book. What was the title? 2 Cheers for Capitalism, something to that effect, I think. He said he wasn't going to give it 3 cheers. 2 cheers was all he could say at the time. But he and his wife Gertrude Himmelfarb were really the sort of godparents of much of the neocon movement. And in the and you're right. I think in fact the Scoop Jackson wing of the Democratic Party was actually very close to what would later become neoconservative foreign policy ideas. And I think you are right about Wolfowitz specifically. Al Gore was also part of the Scoop Jackson circle, but he took a somewhat different trajectory out, especially obviously over questions of the environment and so on. But yeah, and then one thought the neoconservative movement was dead, at least in domestic policy, because it was so subservient to the Republican Party. But in fact, as we saw, as a consequence of Trump in particular, a sort of new generation of neocons who've ended up moving over to the Democratic Party. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't watched MSNBC in a long time, but it struck me that MSNBC, whatever was left of its at least liberal instincts, had become pretty much the place where neocons dwelt.
Once Trump became president.
Yeah, right.
Neocons.
Although, we should also, it's interesting. I get an online subscription to both the Times and the Washington Post. And the Washington Post seems to be a place where neocons have gathered on foreign policy. So Jennifer Rubin, is that her name?
Right. Max Boot.
Max Boot being the two sort of foremost figures but also this Michael, there's this other one. Michael
Tomasky.
No, not Tomasky is still not a neocon. He's definitely
he's getting there now.
No, is that Gerson, right? Who's the other columnist there? Who's oh well, anyhow.
We are familiar with the neocons' foreign policy. What is the difference between neocon and neoliberal economics?
Oh, well, back in the neocons were never specifically neoliberal on political economy. In other words, the neoliberal argument being the neoliberal argument really strangely enough, comes out of, in fact, a kind of Reaganite approach to fiscal policy. And the fact that in the 70s, really it emerges with Jimmy Carter, which we've talked about many times. So the relationship to neocon politics and neoliberalism is, it's very, very little that one can, by the way, in the 70s, the term neoconservative generally meant a whole host of currents. Whereas in Europe, it was actually called neoliberalism. And that
really?
term, I think, yeah, I mean, it was always interesting because there was this idea of classical liberalism as the source of neoliberal thinking. When I say Europe, I mean specifically in Britain. So, like most terms, they got a little sloppy, but I think neoliberalism is a decidedly an approach to government and social and economic, political, social and economic policy.
An economy more. Yeah, neocons.
Yeah.
The neocons, you could make a case, are less reactionary economically. But of course, their main source of spending would be government, military expenditures. Yeah. So they're reactionary Keynesians, run deficits by building up the military budget. But of course, getting at The Power of Nightmares, the Adam Curtis film, is really great on the sort of what was developed into a kind of intellectual foundation for the mature neoconservative movement, including having roots with, what's the name of the Chicago professor who wrote very little? Philosophy professor.
Strauss.
Who? Yeah, Leo Strauss. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you'd have a false, in this case, patriotic mythology for the masses to believe in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the British Marxist Historians is being reissued. When did it come out?
It originally came out in the winter of 84, 85. And in that sense, the debates of the time were dramatically different than the debates today. And in fact, I was even thinking that had I had more energy at the time for this edition, I probably should have added a postscript. I have a new preface, but I probably should have added a postscript about how I would change elements in the book as a consequence.
How many British Marxist historians do you profile?
In this book, 5. But let me put it this way. As a consequence of working on that book, I mean, I'll mention this, and this will come up in a lot of interviews. When I began the book project, and that would have been about 1981, the idea was I was going to deal with the 5 figures that I deal with in that book. Plus, I was going to include Raymond Williams.
Right, I was wondering about, Raymond Williams. But a little less of a hands-on historian, right? More becomes more.
Williams was a professor at Cambridge of sort of literature and communications.
Right.
But I had my first lunch with Christopher Hill, who was just fabulous in helping me think through the book, who is one of the historians and renowned for his work on 17th century England and what he called the English Revolution, that so many other historians call the English Civil War. Hill looked at me and said, you really should not include Raymond Williams in the book, because as much as there might be an affinity, he was not part of the group. When he meant the group, there actually was a Communist Party historians group after World War II that the British Marxist historians, in essence, emerge as a cohort out of. And he said, what you really need to do is to include George Ruday and Victor Kiernan, who were historians, who were in the group, and who were very prominent members of the group. But I ended up not including them, okay, in part because of space, and also because Kiernan was slightly different, and Ruday's work extended in directions that were remarkable, but took it a bit outside of the. However, as a consequence of doing that work, I decided at the end that, and I promised Hill that I would do something about their absence, Kiernan and Ruday. So I went back, and I actually began to work on a project where I would write a major piece on George Ruday, who was still alive, and separately Victor Kiernan. But this is the cute story. This is the inside story. So I discovered, I didn't know this, but George Ruday, although retired from full-time professorial work, spent half of every academic year at what's it called? I'm blanking on the name of the university. Concordia University in Montreal. That's it. It was originally Sir George Williams. It became Concordia University. And he was the sort of premier figure there in history. And a friend of mine, Ellen Makesons Wood, I mean, we're really close, said to me, oh, I can put you in touch with George, because they were especially close. So I called George's apartment, and his wife answered, Doreen Ruday, who was just a wonderful woman. I have innumerable stories about her, but she harangued me for 20 minutes when she heard who I was, telling me, why didn't I include George in the book because of his relationship to the people in the book? And at the end of the 20 minutes, when I got a word in edgewise, I said, well, I'm calling because in part I want to write a piece about George. And then she said, well, I will tell you that George is a bigger man than I am a woman, because he just reviewed your book for the Journal of Irish Labor History, something like that, and he raved about it. So anyhow, when I did speak to George, I thought, wow, this would be good. I invited him for the following year to come to Green Bay to speak. In the meantime, I discovered that Victor Kiernan was the most incredible intellectual based on his published record. I mean, he had written about every single subject under the sun, having originally begun as a student of the British state and British imperialism. So I got hold of this bibliography of his life's work, that kind of thing. And I wrote to him and I said, wow, it'd be great if I could talk to you about all of this. And in the meantime, I said to him, you really ought to do something with all of these pieces. I mean, there are volumes worth of books in this. And he said, well, I don't have the time right now. I'm finishing a book on, it's like tobacco, the history of tobacco. It was like, again, one of these incredible brains who could just move in any number of directions. And he said, but if you have any ideas, just you pursue them and let me know how it goes. So I showed this to the head of the publisher that I had was publishing the British Marxist Historians with, who also happened to be one of the leading English language social theorists in the world, actually. His name was Anthony Giddens. And Giddens said to me, wow, we really ought to try to get Victor to give us this stuff so we can create some books. To make the long story short there, I ended up editing 3 volumes of Victor Kiernan's writings, one on imperialism, one on classes and nation states, and one on poets, politics, and the people. And I learned incredible amount. I'll never forget, there was one article that Victor wrote for the London Review of Books, which was just remarkable, in which he confessed to the fact that he knew the traders at Cambridge in the 30s, that, the folks, who were the spies and so on in the 30s. And he also knew others. Actually, his best friend was one of the first Brits to be killed in the Spanish Civil War. But he then turned around and said that a far bigger traitor in British history is Margaret Thatcher. And he explains his argument. And it was just a great piece, which I included in Poets, Politics, and the People. So anyhow, George Roudet comes to Green Bay, Wisconsin. And Roudet was the kind of historian that almost every undergraduate in the United States would have encountered, possibly in Western civilization or European history. He was just absolutely wonderful writer. And we're sitting at dinner, and he turns to me, his wife was there too, and he turns to me and he says, "So I understand you're doing some work for Victor Kiernan to organize his essays into books." I said, "Well, yeah." And he said, "How would you like to do me a favor?" And he was finishing a work on the French Revolution. So this would have been in favor, maybe, I guess, of the bicentennial of the revolution. And he said, "And I've got a collection of essays that a publisher wants to bring out, but I don't have time to properly edit it and introduce it. Would you do that for me?" I practically fell off my seat, because that was, to me, one of the greatest of honors. And the other thing about it is, I think he realized that he was actually beginning a decline in his health. He eventually would suffer Alzheimer's. And so I became basically his historiographer. I ended up doing a lot of work on that he could not accomplish himself. And I can tell you that I'm the executor of his literary estate. They named me the executor of his literary. He and his wife named me the executor. But the other thing that was really interesting is that when he came to speak, he actually had 300 of undergraduates here at the university spellbound by his lecture on the French Revolution. Students who knew practically nothing on the French Revolution. He actually had them spellbound, and he was this tall, sort of handsome, intellectual figure. His father was Norwegian, his mother was English. In fact, the original name Roudet was Rude, but he decided he suffered enough abuse in school that he put an accent over the E at the end of his name to make it Roudet instead of just Rude. So it was really, getting to know these figures, and I talk a bit about a few of my relationships with them in the new preface that's in the new edition. So yeah, somebody once said to me, "You really ought to write a small memoir on your time with all these historians." They really were a really brilliant and entertaining group of men.
And Eric Hobsbawm wrote.
Eric Hobsbawm, yeah, probably the most famous of the historians globally speaking.
And he writes the preface to your book.
He wrote the foreword to the second. He wrote the foreword to the second edition, which came out in '96, and of course, it remains in the book. I would never fail to have the there was no way I would do without having Eric's name on my book. I could tell you that. Eric lived to the age of 94, and we were in touch right to the end. And in fact, he used to say that he didn't leave the Communist Party left him, which is pretty much what neocons, I think, were saying about the Democratic Party.
That's what Reagan used to say.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah, about the Democratic Party, not the Communist Party.
Well,
see, the group, most of the historians that I worked on left the party in 1956.
Right.
Okay, with the revelations about Stalin, but all the more because especially the invasion of Hungary. Okay, Thompson and the others, they left the party, and they founded a couple of them founded. Well, a few of them founded New Left Review, which later became a different journal than they first organized, and then also out of that came Socialist Register, which is still an annual volume, now edited, I guess, mostly in Toronto.
In Canada, yeah.
Yeah.
That's different from the Social Register, which I'm listed in.
Yeah.
With the
all you debutantes.
Yeah. There's this whole strange story I could tell about Ralph Miliband, who was the the great, the finest of Marxist political scientists and intimately connected to that cohort. His two kids,
Right.
Edward and David, went on to major careers in the Labor Party, which his father generally scorned in his work. Edward actually led the Labor Party. And David was...
One of them is over at Facebook now.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
really?
other one. Yeah, that's the other one. That's the one who the neoliberals really thought had promise was not Ed. Ed was the head of the party who lost the election that
right.
Cameron won. And then
David actually was mostly involved with refugee questions and things like that for many years.
Yeah, humanitarian intervention stuff. And Ed, of course, there's a leadership election after he lost a general election that he was expected to win. That's after that, Jeremy Corbyn won in a surprise, won the head of the Labor Party. They had changed the rules for the party.
Life is filled with funny little things. So I met the Miliband boys when they were little kids. And then years later, when my daughter was a freshman at one of the schools you most love, Harvard, she was telling me about the seminar she was in with Ed Miliband. And I said, oh my God, that's amazing, So anyhow.
Yeah, but Ralph Miliband, is true that he's very critical of the Labor Party, but Bhaskar Sankara, who founded Jacobin magazine, and still is the main influence over there, who's a huge influence on contemporary DSA. He is a huge fan of Ralph Miliband, and his reading of Miliband, his application of Miliband, is to utilize the Labor Party in the United States, utilize the Democratic Party for radical political ends, as much as the opening allows for, and then to take it hopefully further from there once you get an opening.
By the way, Miliband came over and taught in the United States for a while. I guess it was at Brandeis University, I think he was at.
Mm-hmm. And of course, our own versions of Dave and Ed are Pete and Kamala, because they had.
Oh yeah, right.
They both had Marxist parents. Not as accomplished as Ralph Miliband, but in their own fields, very preeminent in their own fields. But they weren't. Ralph Miliband was taking on the whole of society and history for our politics of the present, radical politics of the present. Kamala Harris's dad was a Marxist, sort of like developmental economist. He was Jamaican, and he was at Stanford. And then Pete Buttigieg, his dad was not just a translator of Antonio Gramsci into English, but a sort of organizer of international Gramscian scholars.
Yeah, I will say that I never met him, but we were part of the same network of Gramsci scholars. I didn't work in Italian, however.
Yeah, and I would think, as much as Ed Miliband is disappointing, I would think that the apples are falling farther from the tree with Kamala and Pete.
Yes. Oh God. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
Well, let's turn to politics. What was the good news for the Progressive Democrats of America this week?
It was a Corey and Rashida one. Other than that, the results are disappointing on Tuesday. I mean, there were a few down ballot victories in Michigan that people who pay closer attention to Michigan politics were excited about. Some pickups by some DSA affiliated candidates, I suppose, around Detroit. But then that's lower ballot stuff.
Yeah, the tragedy of Michigan was Levin's loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And
here's now I really do wish all the more that Biden had named to the Secretary of Labor as.
Oh yeah, good point. Absolutely.
As unionists really want the labor movement, at least the serious left labor people really wanted Levin as Secretary of Labor, not Marty Walsh.
Yeah, it was tough because it was one of these things where they could only pull so many people out of Congress, because the majority was so thin. And,
I think they also felt safer politically with Walsh. He came out of,
Yeah. Levin is sincerely on our side, I think. And great kid. His kid's amazing. Is actually the climate legislative staffer for Cori Bush, formerly in Deb Haaland's office.
I didn't know that. That's
very good, very excellent organizer for I don't want to call it radical environmental policy, sane environmental policy. Up on Capitol Hill. He's great, Saul Levin. But there were other disappointing results. In particular, I actually was, at the end of the day, I found myself wishing that the guy in Missouri, Lucas Kunz, had won the Senate race there and not the Anheuser-Busch woman. It's just so horrible to see these incredibly conservative. If you actually read the issues page of the Anheuser-Busch woman who's won the Democratic nomination for Senate, I mean, it really reads like, she's going to be, if she wins, she's going to be right there. She's not going to win, but if she were to win, she'd be right of Manchin and Sinema. I mean, it's that ridiculous. Whereas Lucas Kunz at least would have been trying again to make a connection between a left progressive Democrat and working people across Missouri, in particular in rural areas. He comes from Jefferson City. I thought he'd be a strong candidate. I also thought he'd be a very good senator. Not perfect. We couldn't really endorse him. There was a candidate running to his left, as you know, from the people we know in Missouri, Harvey.
Yeah.
And I actually wish that guy had dropped out and done like Tom Nelson. And had he dropped out, then is the difference. It would have been tied actually then. But Lucas Kunz came very close, only lost by about 4 or 5 points. And it's a big disappointment. I come out of Missouri, and it would have been promising to start seeing these Midwestern states not try to, just lose another election by putting forward a complete, neoliberal conservative Democratic hack, and put somebody who's actually thinking through issues in an intelligent way, particularly for small town and rural America.
The Kansas results, I think, are fascinating, and what they might. I mean, I can imagine the Democrats, if they're smart enough, will carry that kind of question all the way through to November. But what's interesting is that if you think about back to when was it that the Florida election showed, the move to Republicans, but the $15 an hour minimum wage.
That was 2020.
And the Democrats didn't learn enough from that, I guess. And so who knows what they'll make of what happened in Kansas.
About the $15 minimum wage?
Well, even as that state was supposedly so red Republican, the citizens of Florida voted in a $15 an hour minimum wage.
Interesting. Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes.
Yeah, all the serious candidates, the other 3 serious candidates, one by one dropped out of the race and endorsed Barnes. And as of today, though I'm not sure the poll was today, as of today, Barnes has like a 2-point lead over Johnson,
who is
which has yet to be driven by Barnes and more driven by the fact that at least half the respondents in the poll said they just don't like Ron Johnson.
Right. Very low approval rating. Ron Johnson promised not to run for re-election. He's a Republican, is coming back for thirds. This would be his 3rd term. Is it my imagination, or are the Democrats going to pick up seats in the Senate?
Well, it's the year that the Senate this year follows from a landslide election in 2010, where the Republicans picked up Senate seats. That election was such a catastrophe for the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
that
2010, you bet.
A bunch of victories occurred in relative Democratic strongholds. So going into 2016, they were expected to be reversed, but Hillary Clinton had no coattails. She had negative coattails. And so they weren't reversed in 2016. And now in 2022, again, it's looking like, this is classically supposed to be a bad year because you're 2 years into a Democratic administration. Usually the party that holds the White House does poorly in these elections, but still, that was such a landslide in 2010 that you still have this 6-year cycle as the best and most favorable cycle for the Democrats to potentially pick up seats.
They're going to, J.D. Vance in Ohio is trailing, what's his name, O'Brien?
Tim Ryan. And yeah, that's not unhopeful too. Ryan won't be the worst person in, I know people have a lot of issues with Tim Ryan. There's a guy who actually challenged Nancy Pelosi ostensibly from the right
Yeah.
But at the same time, Ryan is, I think the thing that can be said, and John Nichols, by the way, likes Tim Ryan a lot. So you might want to get Nichols on and ask him what that's about. But and I'm interested too, because I think he can be decent. He's sort of trying to model his campaign after Sherrod Brown. But the thing about Ryan is he's not a kind of neoliberal finance Democrat. He has put himself forward consistently throughout his career as somebody who's attentive to the needs of the Ohio working class.
That in fact, that's why I've always wondered if Ryan really ran from the right against Pelosi.
Yeah, it's a little, well, yeah.
I mean, Pelosi isn't. Sorry, don't even. Yeah, forget it.
Val Demings in Florida running against
A long shot to knock out Rubio because he's a slick Republican in this year's cycle. Also, don't forget, Florida is a little bit on a different trajectory than other states. As people retire, the younger baby boomers and the older Gen Xers are pretty conservative. The Gen Xers in particular, as they reach retirement age, were a very conservative generation, at least as they consistently voted in elections across. I mean, they sort of, the radical left among Gen Xers tended to gravitate towards anarchist politics throughout the time when they were younger. So there wasn't a lot of electoral political participation. And but they did support Reagan, and they stuck with Republican candidates throughout most of their till Obama, I think. And so you should not expect Florida to be moving to the left as people retire and move to Florida from the Gen X generation. The state will move even further right.
Great. All right. Thank you, Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Look forward to talking to you next week. And Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of The British Marxist Historians. When does this come out?
Well, some people have advanced copies, as you could see. Mm-hmm. Okay. And some are receiving them even as I speak. Well, they'll be there soon enough. But that's the preliminary cover. Okay. The actual cover is going to have the pictures of the historians.
Don't cut them out. Wait for the playing cards to arrive. Don't make playing cards out of the cover.
But officially, I think that publication date is either September 30th or October 1st, though I have a feeling it should end up being available before then. So
fantastic. Follow Professor Harvey J. Kaye on Twitter at Harvey J. Kaye and buy his books. Take hold of our history, FDR and Democracy. Thank you.
Last thing, I'll just say that I'm immersed once. One of the things that I discovered when I was writing books is that I would find myself actually constantly, like an almost 24-hour basis, living through the times in which I was writing. And I haven't been writing a book, but I'm doing a series of FDR pieces by invitation and commission. And so I've been living this FDR moment again. And I find myself all the more exasperated, if I wasn't already beyond exasperation, with what I see the Democratic Party tolerating and doing and so on and so forth. So
fantastic. Thank you both.
Thank you, David.
Well, you've been listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And let's go to Dave in PA. Did you finish your cherry wood cup?
Oh, hell no. You know me.
Are you close?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I wanted the lip to be really delicate, so I spent a lot of time sanding it. And then and I didn't want it to make it too weak here where the stem is, right? I wanted to make sure the top was all done before I made it weak right here where the stem is.
Right.
So I made sure this was all sanded and that was all bored out. So we're on our way. I got 2 days.
It's beautiful. It really is.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do people contact you? Your bed and breakfast. How do people stay at your bed and breakfast?
Yeah, you can go to tiny URL, Bertie's Country Cottage, Bertie Country Cottage, or just go to Airbnb, Small Farm Retreat in Millerton, Pennsylvania. And that makes me think, you see on this wine glass, it just so happens to say the Finger Lakes Wine Festival in Watkins Glen, which isn't that far from here. And it's a cheap place to stay, to go to something like that. You're close to the wine trail. You're close to the Corning Museum of Glass. You're close to the Grand Canyon of Pennsylvania. And you're really close to me.
Well, we're already close to you. How far away are you from Cooperstown and the Comedy Museum?
There's a comedy museum in Cooperstown. I thought it was baseball.
Well, there's a comedy museum where Lucille Ball was born.
That's Jamestown.
How far are you from Jamestown?
That's probably a couple hours easy.
How far are you away
It's
from?
not quite that far.
What about Cooperstown?
Cooperstown's probably an hour and a half or so.
How far are you from the Canadian border, in case I want to make a run for it?
You can get to Niagara Falls in about 3 hours across there.
And the name of the town is what?
Millerton.
It's beautiful. The pictures are absolutely beautiful. So
Thank you. We'll have you out sometime.
I want to come and milk a cow.
We don't have cows anymore.
Oh, what happened to that cow?
We sold her to another family. My kids didn't want to milk anymore. So, and neither did I. So,
We have to
yeah.
show the picture that Sarah took of the cow's ass.
Well, Shop Camp 23 is coming up here, or 22. What year is this? 22. Yeah, I'm heading out to Andy and Sarah's in a couple of
Really?
weeks. Yeah.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah,
Wow.
they came out last year.
And everybody can watch that on office hours, right?
Yeah. We're going to be out in the bush at some point, so we're not going to have a good, depends on the cell coverage. So
All
we're going to
right.
go out in the forest.
All right. We should wrap the show up.
Yeah, we should. It's getting late.
Let's wrap it up. Couple of announcements to make. We're doing office hours and hours. The first Friday of every month is 24 hours of office hours. So sign up, teach, moderate. Go to my website to sign up. I want to thank the people who put this show together. They are Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Professor Jonathan Bick, Hannah Feldman, Grace Jackson, the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, and of course, the brilliant Dan Frankenberger. I also want to thank our mods. We have people in our chat room, both in Zoom and YouTube. They keep the conversation going. Thank you to MIDI Doctors, Bob Carmody, Autumn Leaves, Choking on Ashes, Scout is Taking, M. Toussaint, Lex, E444, Dent F, Sarah, and Andy Brown, and of course, the Invisible Ninja. We have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to it and give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to this show wherever you get your podcasts, please, and recommend it to your friends. The only way this show grows is through word of mouth. That's it. So if you would be so kind as to share this with anybody who you think would enjoy it. I'm David Feldman, reminding you, let's see, I'm going to play some music from Professor Mike Steinel. Turtle. I'm going to play Turtle. I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak. All right. It is so hot in here. Oh, I'm sorry, Benji and Rodrigo. Sorry. All right. I'll see everybody at office hours. Benji and Rodrigo, I apologize. I'll see everybody, I hope, at office hours. Thank you for showing up. It's August. And, I forgot to